In a couple seconds, we got a lot of last minute letters and paperwork from a whole bunch of individuals that we want to make sure we fully understand, okay? So just give us a couple more minutes. Good evening and welcome to the Watsonville City Planning Commission for February 3rd, 2015. Anyone wishing to address the Planning Commission is asked to fill out a yellow speaker card for recording purposes and place it in the box at the podium in the council chambers. Please state your name before speaking, and speakers are limited to 3 minutes. To use a Spanish interpretation device, obtain one from the table by the interpretation booth. Turn it on, make sure it is on channel 0. Hang it around your neck with the front facing out. If you cannot hear, check to make sure the device is on and unobstructed. It only works inside the council chambers. Please return it before you leave. So 1.0, oath of office has already been administered. 2.0, roll call of commissioners, please.
Dana,
Here.
Gonzalez,
Here.
Jenkins,
Here.
Cammer,
Here.
Rivera,
Here.
Gomez Contreras, Corley.
Here. 3.0, Pledge of Allegiance. If I could please get everybody to please rise. I pledge allegiance to the
Flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, God, indivisible.
Four point zero, petitions and oral communications. Oral communications from the general public and planning commission. This time set aside for members of the general public to address the planning commission on any items not on the agenda, which is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the planning commission. No action or discussion shall be taken on any item presented except that any planning commissioner may respond to statements made or questions asked, or may ask questions for clarification. All matters of administration nature will be referred to staff. All matters relating to the planning commission will be noted in the minutes and may be scheduled for discussion at a future meeting or referred to staff for clarification report. Any planning commissioner may place matters brought up under oral communication on future agendas. This is a public hearing. Would anybody like to speak to the commission on any matters that are not on the agenda? Seeing none, I close the public hearing and bring it up to the commission for any comments or anything from any commissioners.
I got one that's kind of personal. I'd just like to wish my daughter a happy birthday. It's her 16th birthday today. Left her with a cake. So anyways, happy birthday. And also Little League is going to start pretty soon. So anybody that has kids that wants to play baseball, see the Pajaro Valley Little League.
I do want to welcome our two new commissioners, Nick Rivera and Anna Kramer. Would either one of you like to say anything about yourself?
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Anna Kammer. I am a teacher in the Pajaro Valley Unified School District, and I was appointed to the Planning Commission by Rebecca Garcia, who is the 5th District City Council member. And I'd like to thank Rebecca and thank you all for coming. And it's very nice to be here.
Hello, my name is Nick Rivera. I'm a third-generation Watsonville resident, and I'm just very happy to be here. Councilman Jimmy Dutra appointed me, and I'm looking forward to a productive term on the Planning Commission, working with the rest of the commission members and with the members of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome aboard. Any other commissioners like to say anything? Seeing none, we'll move on to 5.0, consent agenda. 5.1, motion approving minutes from the December 2nd, 2014 regular meeting. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
I'll second.
Can I get roll call, please?
Dana,
Yes.
Gonzalez,
Yes.
Jenkins,
Yes.
Cammer,
Yes.
Rivera,
Yes.
Gomez Contreras,
Yes.
Corley.
Yes. Next item is 6.1, a public hearing to consider application for a special use permit PP 2015-5 for the establishment of a 120 square foot retail space and tasting room for a microbrewery at 65 Hanger Way. Staff presentation, please.
Thank you, Chairman Corley, members of the commission. My name is Susie Merriam. I am now the acting principal planner with the Community Development Department. So the applicants tonight are proposing to establish a microbrewery. Well, they're actually permitted to establish a microbrewery in approximately 2,000 square foot tenant space at 65 Hanger Way. This address might sound familiar to some of you, as you have just recently approved a martial arts studio next door to this tenant space at 65 Hanger Way just a month or two ago. So the brewery is requesting approval of a special use permit so they can have a 120 square foot area for retail merchandise as well as beer tasting. So according to our general plan, again, the brewery itself is a principally permitted use, so that was approved administratively. However, any retail component or the tasting room in this district, not the OP district, but it's supposed to be the IP zoning district, industrial park, requires approval of a special use permit by the Planning Commission. Now, the Type 01 license is what beer manufacturer is required to have. That's through ABC. The license holder may conduct beer tastings under specific conditions, and minors are allowed to be on the premises. So to look at the existing site, this is the front of 65 Hanger Way. The building contains 3 tenant spaces. The proposed business will be located in the rear space of this building, next door to the martial arts studio, and the front space is occupied by a communications company called TotalCom. So the applicant is proposing to establish just that 120 square foot beer tasting room as part of the Elkhorn Slough Brewing Company. So just look at the proposal for their space for the build out. It's, again, a little over 2,000 square feet. It has approximately 120 square feet proposed for the tasting room and the retail portion of the business. They're proposing to operate Friday through Sunday with the retail component, Friday 3 to 7 p.m., Saturday and Sunday from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. And of course, what we always look at with these uses is parking. So this is almost the entire site layout showing TotalCom and the martial arts studio and the brewery. And this space is required for each of those uses. The brewery will not employ more than 2 people at any given time, so they're required to have 3 spaces. Martial arts studio is required to have 18 spaces, but for those of you that went through that application, that's a pretty much by appointment, smaller scale business, so the likelihood of using 18 spaces is minimal. And then TotalCom requires 9 spaces. So they are required to have, I believe, 30 spaces, and they actually have 30 striped spaces on the site. So the parking requirement is satisfied. Now, this application was sent over to the police department for review. No issues have been raised regarding the privileges of the beer manufacturer's license or the tasting room with the proposed hours of operation. So in conclusion, the building and site at 65 Hanger Way are well suited to accommodate not only the brewery, but the beer tasting room and the small retail space. The establishment of the tasting room will bring new patrons to the city of Watsonville and this area of town, while also supporting the microbrewery. And the project, as proposed, meets all the requirements of the Watsonville Municipal Code. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission approve the project based on the attached findings and conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. Applicant present, would they like to come up and speak, please?
And we want to thank you for the opportunity to be considered for this use for the retail space at 65 Hanger Way. As was mentioned, our intention is to run a small craft beer production facility. We'll be brewing very small batches of craft beer that will mostly, of all different types, but will mostly be in the higher end of the craft beer market. We'll be distributing to this beer in kegs to, the primary form of distribution will be in kegs to some of the local restaurants and through craft beer bars that are in the Bay Area, mostly in the Santa Cruz, Monterey, Watsonville, and South Bay area. We've established relationships with many of the owners of the craft beer in the craft beer industry around here. As a brewer, I've been recognized with gold medal awards at both the county level and the state level in recent years. So as a recognized brewer, I've been encouraged by the community to open up a small craft establishment, and I'm really looking forward to this opportunity. We started this process last year. We underwent getting our LLC in July, and we've been sort of planning and trying. We found this location, and it's a very ideal location for us from an operational perspective. In terms of the size of the warehouse, it'll allow us enough room to be able to age beers, which is something that we do, and will allow us a small area for us to have the public come in for tasting, and to be able to refillable jars of beer, which is a legal licensed package called a growler. And so that's our primary use of the facility. So, and Julie's going to talk a little bit about the whys.
Briefly.
Briefly.
Anyways, like Michael said, thank you for giving us this opportunity to make this request, especially here in the city of Watsonville. Michael and I live in North Monterey County, but we really consider Watsonville our home. Our kids went to school here. Michael's been a long-term volunteer at the Second Harvest Food Bank, and I was able to sit on a board for a nonprofit in town and also do some work for the Pajaro Women's Homeless Shelter. So we feel really connected to Watsonville. And Michael started brewing about since he was in college, but we got serious really about 7 years ago. And like Michael said, we've been recognized, and this has been a great adventure together. And this is something we both actually have other jobs, but this is our dream to be able to work together. We worked together a long time ago. That's how we met, and have wanted to do it since. So coming into being a dream business in a city we love, we couldn't ask for more. So thanks again for your time.
Thank you. Any of the commissioners have any questions of staff or applicant yet? Yes.
Question. So you make beer now? Where do you make the beer now?
We're home brewers, so we make it on our property.
This is your first commercial facility.
This is
That's right.
Yeah, thank you. This is our first commercial. Yeah.
Yes, Toby.
Michael and Julie, have you ever considered making hard cider?
It's interesting that you say that. We actually we do make hard cider, and our hard cider is very good.
That's our best story, actually.
And what's interesting is we actually use the yeast from the hard cider that we make, and we actually use that to make beer with, and that's sort of that's our secret sauce, and that's what's helped us win all these awards. Is that
Yeah,
we
we
actually,
spontaneously ferment it, so we
Yeah.
don't add yeast. It's
Yeah,
the yeast from the apples in
we use
Watsonville.
what's called native yeast from this area, and we will be at some point, looking into the possibility of producing cider as well. But we want to start off with beer. You're absolutely. Cider is wonderful, and we enjoy that as well.
Yeah,
We raise a lot of apples around this valley.
That's right, and you know what? And we use
And they're fantastic.
And those apples have provided great yeast into this valley, and that's what we use in our beer making. So we actually, if you go to our website, you can see that we actually use local ingredients.
Excellent. Now, will some of the hard cider be available at your retail establishment?
It will not be until we actually go through a separate ABC licensing process, which we intend to do.
yes.
Okay, good news.
Not step one, but absolutely.
Yeah.
We want to do that.
Thank you.
Any other commissioners have questions for staff or applicant? Yes, Toby.
Susie, could we take a look, please, at Exhibit B, page 1, Final Special Use Permit Conditions of Approval? The bottom of the page, it's page 1 of this Exhibit B.
On page 1, yes.
It mentions item 8, hours of operation for beer tasting shall be between 11 a.m. and 7 p.m. daily. And that's fine with me, but,
I gave them some leeway.
oh, okay. All right.
That way, if they have a little, if it's okay with the commission, what I'm recommending is that we give them some daily hours so that if they do come back and have a special event or something outside the hours that were included in their proposal, we wouldn't have to take it back to the planning commission.
Okay, thanks for that explanation. Now, the other question is on the same sentence. It talks about beer tasting. What if they want to have hard cider tastings? Does that, they have to come back here, or can that be done administratively?
I would say it could be done administratively.
Okay, that's on the record. Thank you.
I think we'll be having to produce some cider here.
And I live about 4 blocks from your place of business.
Oh, how exciting.
Yeah, if the council, if the commission is interested, I'd just make that a recommendation as part of your final decision, because they are going to have to get a different license type. So, yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
I just have a couple of questions. I'm not sure if it's for staff or the applicant. Leads training. Are you guys going to be taking leads training for serving alcohol through the ABC?
I'm sorry, what is that?
Leads training.
Oh, the leads training. That's not a requirement, no.
I strongly suggest that we make it a requirement to our commission, because we're actually making all alcohol retailers take it. And my other next question is security cameras. Are you planning on putting security cameras up in the tasting room?
We are going to be putting in surveillance, and there's some.
There's currently some on
There's
the
currently
exterior of
there's
the building,
currently on the
but
exterior, but
I don't think we.
it's not in our proposal. But if that's a recommendation, we would definitely.
I'd like to see that also in the recommendation. That way we're consistent with everybody.
Yeah.
That we have security cameras inside, so if, heaven forbid, anything does happen, the police could go back and look at it.
That would be very simply done in that,
Yeah.
in that space. It's a very small space.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? I see none. Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. I'd like to open up to the public. Anybody in the public would like to come up and say anything on this issue? Seeing none, I close the public hearing and bring it back up to the commission for discussion or motion.
I had just one comment. I just wanted to make sure and reiterate this again. The entertainment part, just for some reason, businesses that sell alcohol tend to forget that they need to get a permit, or they're not allowed to have certain types of entertainment. And this has gotten a lot of businesses in trouble in doing this. And this goes from having simple music or having your radio outside while you have folks beer tasting. You don't have that permit to do that. So that's really important, because what we're trying to do is we're trying to also build a standard, and that's what our chair is implying, that video cameras lead. We expect anybody that's going to be selling alcohol to be educated in the process of what the city wants.
Yes, Toby.
I note that item 16, I had this question also. And I note that item 16 of the final special use permit states that live entertainment and other special event activities without first they must have the approval of an entertainment permit by the police department. That's where they go.
Yes, Nick.
I just have a comment to make. I just want to thank you. I understand that there's a lot of places that you can go to invest in and open a business, and I just want to say thank you for choosing Watsonville and choosing to invest your time here. I really appreciate that, and I just wanted to say thank you for that.
So I'll go ahead and move for approval and add What's a reasonable time for the leads training? A year for them to get that done? What typically?
It's usually 3 months. I mean, we can just add the standard condition that we have and other, and then you probably would have a shorter time frame on the security cameras. But we can just install the standard conditions that we have on the other establishments. We didn't do it on this just because it was a much smaller operation, but we're happy to include those.
I'll move for as condition then, and adding those conditions.
I'll second.
I have a first and second. If I could get roll call, please.
Dana,
Yes?
Gonzalez,
Yes.
Jenkins,
Yes.
Cammer,
Yes.
Rivera,
Yes.
Gomez Concheras.
Yes.
Corley.
Yes. Welcome to Watsonville.
Okay.
Six point two, a public hearing to consider application for a special use permit with design review and environmental review, PP 2014-207, for the construction of a telecommunication facility to include a 50-foot eucalyptus monopole at 545 Ohlone Parkway. Can I get staff presentation, please?
Give me a second, I buried it. Thank you, Chairman Corley, members of the commission, Susie Merriam again. Verizon is proposing to construct a 50-foot tall eucalyptus monopole wireless facility on a portion of the property at 545 Ohlone Parkway, which is shown on the screen. The property contains an existing industrial commercial use. The property is about 2 acres in size. The existing use is housed in a prefabricated metal building, and then it has an improved parking lot adjacent. The property is surrounded by a variety of uses, including single and multifamily residential, as well as a wrecking yard. Let's go over the zoning. The property is zoned general industrial, with general industrial and medium-density residential parcels surrounding it. The nearest residential building is approximately 350 feet from the project site. The antenna and equipment are proposed to be located at the northern side of the property, adjacent to the cluster's wrecking yard area, which is also industrial zoned. The monopole will be placed near an existing grove of eucalyptus trees, which will largely shelter the pole from view from most areas near the property. And again, this is an existing developed portion of the property. Again, the monopole is proposed to be disguised as a eucalyptus tree and is proposed to be 50 feet tall. As you can see,
Okay. Chairman Corley, I need to recuse myself due to a conflict of interest because I own a property within the 500-foot buffer zone of the proposed project.
Okay, thank you.
So the plans show the 12 antenna located approximately 45 feet above the ground with the adjacent equipment cabinet and emergency generator, which is right here. This is the equipment enclosure and then the 50-foot pole with the 12 antenna. Just to go over process, the Watsonville Municipal Code allows for the installation of a telecommunications facility in the general industrial zoning district with the approval of a special use permit by the Planning Commission. The Watsonville Municipal Code also requires the approval of a design review permit for all commercial and industrial new construction. I want to go into CEQA and apologize for an error in the staff report, which was pointed out in the letter by Gary Patton, which we received this morning. The project is eligible for an exemption under CEQA. It's a section 15332, not 15301. There is a whole variety of categorical exemptions that CEQA allows for different types of small projects. 15301 is for expansion of existing facilities. So if there was an existing tower and someone was co-locating on it or they were making changes to it, that would be the appropriate exemption. However, because this is not existing, there's another exemption. It's 15332 that allows for infill development projects, and I'll go through the criteria that are required to meet this exemption. The first one is that the project is consistent with the applicable general plan designation and all applicable general plan policies, as well as applicable zoning district regulations and designation. So the project is consistent with the general industrial zoning district and the intent of the general plan designation, which is also industrial. It allows for heavy commercial, industrial, and utilities uses. Second criteria is that the proposed development occurs within city limits on a project site of no more than 5 acres that's substantially surrounded by urban uses. The project is located on a site that's approximately 2 acres in size. It's located adjacent to an existing heavy commercial use on a portion of an existing paved parking lot. The site is surrounded by a wrecking yard, residential, and small farming activities. This project site has no value as habitat for endangered, rare, or threatened species. The project site is not within a riparian area and has no value as habitat for endangered, rare, or threatened species. The property is not located within a federal, state, or local inventory for wetlands or endangered or threatened species, and the property has previously been developed. Finally, approval of the project would not result in any significant effects relating to traffic, noise, air quality, or water quality. The project, as proposed, will not cause significant effects to any of these. The project is required to comply with the noise requirements as outlined in the 2005 general plan, which allows for noise levels up to 80 decibels as normally acceptable. If the Planning Commission is concerned with the noise from the backup generator exceeding the normally acceptable levels outlined in the general plan for industrial uses, we can condition the project to require the completion of a noise study. If it is found to be over 80 decibels, the generator could be enclosed to muffle the noise, or other mitigating measures could be implemented to mitigate that noise issue. However, if we revert back to looking at the plan, there's the entire equipment enclosure, and then the tower, and then the proposed emergency generator. So we've already got the equipment enclosure between all the residential uses to the northwest from the generator. And again, that is going to be at least 350 feet from the nearest residential use. Further, the project is required to comply with the city stormwater control plan, which will prevent runoff from the project site onto adjacent properties. So because of all of these elements, the project will not cause significant impacts to water quality or anything else outlined in that item. The site can be adequately serviced by all required utilities and Public Services. The project is located within the limits of the city of Watsonville, which is the local purveyor for water and sewer services to the site. The site has been developed as a heavy commercial use, which is already served by local utilities. The site can be adequately served by the city of Watsonville utilities. And then to go into the FCC regulations, I want to thank those of you who were able to make it to the workshop last week. I learned several things in the workshop that I wasn't aware of, including the new regulations. So I hope that it was able to help everyone in having a better understanding of these very intricate and complicated regulations. To boil it down into a couple paragraphs, the Telecommunications Act of 1996 allows local governments to regulate the appropriate zoning districts in which telecommunications uses may be constructed. We can also regulate the height and design of structures. The Act prohibits local governments from regulating the potential health effects of wireless technology. In 2003, the city of Watsonville passed a telecommunications ordinance regulating the installation and use of telecommunications facilities. The ordinance includes specific requirements that wireless communication companies must comply with to show that coverage is necessary in the area where the facility is proposed to be constructed. And I'll go through those. First, required setbacks. The municipal code requires that a telecommunications facility have a setback equal to twice the structure's height from the property line of any residentially zoned or designated property, any parcel containing a residential unit, or any public or private school. The 50-foot monopole must therefore be at least 100 feet from all residences. As discussed earlier, the pole will be approximately 350 feet from the nearest adjacent residence. There are no schools within 1,000 feet of the proposed facility. One of the submittal requirements is a site plan showing the distance of the proposed facility from residentially zoned parcels, residential uses, major roads and highways, and other telecommunications sites and facilities within a 1,000-foot radius of the proposed site. As we went through the zoning, we know where the zoning districts are, we know where the residential uses are. There are no other telecommunications sites or facilities within 1,000 feet of this proposed site. And the applicant has submitted that information, and just as well, the nearest school is approximately 1,500 feet from the proposed site. The applicant must submit a written statement indicating the technical reasons why there's no alternative co-location site available. The applicant has submitted co-location research data that shows potential co-location sites in the project vicinity, and it's shown on the screen here. Those sites are indicated on the map. All of the proposed sites either were not zoned correctly or the property owners were not interested or unable to enter into negotiations with Verizon. And there was a written list that was also included in the packet regarding each of those sites. Then a visual simulation showing the proposed structure as it would be seen from the surrounding area. The applicant has submitted photo simulations of the proposed eucalyptus monopole. Because it's not actually going to be as high as the existing eucalyptus trees, it's a little bit difficult to see in the photo simulations, as you can tell looking at the screen. This is before, this is after, before, after. And again, these are from off-side of the property. So it actually, because of the existing building and the location in the grove of trees, it will be difficult to see outside of the property. The applicant submitted a radio frequency analysis conducted by Hammett and Edison. That was conducted or prepared on May 30th of 2014. The study analyzed the potential maximum radiated power for the facility with 12 antennas in operation. The antenna will be located in 3 sectors at 45 feet above grades, and the maximum watts in any direction will be 11,700. Combined and all working at full capacity, the analysis indicates that the exposure level at the nearest walking surface will be 2.4% of the maximum exposure limit for the general public. The maximum calculated level at any nearby building is 4% of the public exposure limit. The nearby building referenced in the report would be the adjacent heavy commercial building. For those that were able to attend last week's telecommunications workshop, this slide may look familiar. Jonathan Kramer explained that the FCC set their limit for the general population at a very conservative level, giving a 50 times margin for exposure. As you can see, the limit in emissions is set well below the level in which we can measure a temperature increase in the human body. Local governments have no ability to require any more stringent regulations based on the potential health effects aside from this. We are able to require the RF report to determine that the tower will be in compliance with the FCC's limits, and that's all. The RF report submitted for this tower indicates that the facility will be well below the limit for the general population. The applicant submitted a copy of the search ring analysis indicating where a wireless facility must be placed to meet their stated service needs. They're following their objectives for a tower in this area is to provide capacity offload to downtown Watsonville and Highway 1 at Salinas Road. Additionally, Verizon needs coverage on Main Street east of Green Valley Road. Just keep this search ring in mind as I step back and take a look at where the existing towers are in the city of Watsonville. We've got 14 in the city limits, and if you look in this area right here, which is about where the search ring is, there are no towers or sites. Largest concentration of cell towers are at the airport as well as our downtown area. The applicant is required to submit a lease agreement exclusive of financial terms. And the purpose of providing this lease agreement is to make sure that if the site or facility is ever abandoned, that we have removal of the equipment and it doesn't come down to the city having to pay to have that removed. And so our telecommunications projects are required to include these 3 items that it's not in operation for 6 months. It will be considered abandoned. If it's abandoned, they shall remove all of the equipment within 6 months. And if they don't remove the equipment in 6 months, the city can come in and remove the equipment at the company's expense. So a lot of times at this point in the application process, these companies don't have finalized leases. It's because a lot of times leases aren't finalized until discretionary permits have been approved and completed. And then by the time they're ready to submit for building permits, they've got a lease that's signed and ready to go. Verizon has given us these 3 items on a blank sheet. They are aware that they need to comply with this, and they will include that in the lease, and we are recommending that that be deferred to the building permit stage where staff can review the lease and make sure that this information is in there. So we also require that the applicant submit a report, essentially a statement of necessity, outlining why they need to build this site or facility where they're proposing to build it. Verizon has submitted their statement of necessity and outlined that downtown Watsonville's sector is overloaded, that there are too many simultaneous users, there are too many megabytes of data being used, and that the data rates of speed are below the standard for Verizon. Finally, they've said that their 4G LTE voice service will have poor quality without the additional tower. Now, remember, for those of you that were at the workshop last week, remember that this is really a difficult issue for us to decide upon. You know, when is it necessary, when isn't it, and who makes the decision. Further, it's difficult to figure it out because these companies operate on several different channels, and so even if your phone is showing that it's got 4 bars or, you know, full service, they may be switching you from one channel to another because there's no service on another channel or it's overloaded. So as a local government, it's very hard, even if there's full service or it's shown to be full service in one location right now, that may actually not be the case as their engineers are looking at it. In response to concerns raised in the letter from Gary Patton, staff is recommending that the following standard conditions be placed on the permit, which we failed to do originally. First, that traffic be limited to no more than 1 round trip per day to the facility once construction is complete, except for emergency maintenance purposes. And again, remember that this is going to be located where there's an existing business, so there's already traffic coming to the site. But again, it's not anticipated that this unmanned facility will really have any traffic to it, and there will not be obviously more than 1 round trip per day on an annual average basis. Backup generators shall only be operated during power outages and for testing and maintenance purposes. Testing and maintenance shall only take place on weekdays between the hours of 8 a.m. and 7 p.m. And backup generators may not exceed the normally acceptable decibel levels as established by the City of Watsonville General Plan, Municipal Code, and Performance Standards. In conclusion, Verizon has provided a justifiable argument for the necessity of the tower at the proposed location. The Telecommunications Act of 1996 allows local governments to regulate the appropriate zoning districts in which telecommunications uses may be located, as well as height and design of those structures. The proposed telecommunications facility meets all requirements outlined in the Watsonville Municipal Code, including setbacks, design, and height. Verizon has provided information showing that the antenna will comply with the emissions limits for the general population and any restrictions above the limits set forth by the FCC by local governments are prohibited. Based on the information provided in the staff report, staff recommends that the Planning Commission approve the project as conditioned. Thank you.
Also, just to let you know, in your packets in front of you, numerous residents submitted concerns. Those were forwarded to you. There was also a attorney letter from Gary Patton identifying several concerns. We quickly got a response from Jonathan Kramer, who did the presentation in regards to that, in addition to staff point by point how we addressed those issues that were raised by Gary Patton's letter. So we're sorry that these came at the last minute, but the letter was submitted today. So we tried very hard to get responses so you would be aware of them.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions for staff?
One question I have is that when we talk about the CEQA issue, there's a portion here that Mr. Patton says that there needs to be a search for possible alternatives to this site based on, is that based on the fact that CEQA was required, and since it's not, and the question is, has there been other sites in that area that have been looked at, or is this the only site?
On the search for alternatives is not related to CEQA as far as my understanding. It is falls under the infill development, and we went through that criteria. The city staff did not request that Verizon look for alternative sites because, number one, this is located in a general industrial zoning district. It's relatively far from residential uses. You can't really see it from off the property. It meets all district regulations. So as far as the Watsonville Municipal Code is concerned, we did not feel that there was an alternatives analysis necessary.
Just another case in point, Mr. Patton's reference to CEQA was for California Environmental Quality Act. If an environmental impact report was necessary, alternative project locations as part of that process, it was not determined that an EIR was necessary because of all the issues that were identified as part of the staff report. It's not in a sensitive area, it's zoned properly, meets the height requirements. Generally, it is consistent with all of those standard requirements. We can't look at health as part of any environmental review, and therefore we did an exemption. So an alternatives analysis per CEQA was not necessary.
Gotcha. But if CEQA would have been required, then they would have had.
But CEQA is complied with by adopting a categorical exemption. That is how we're complying with the California Environmental Quality Act as part of this. You have 3 levels. You can do an exemption, you can do a Cat X, which is a negative declaration, or you can go to an environmental impact report. This we're determined that is consistent with all the standards that are referenced, and we did not feel it warranted an environmental impact report.
Gotcha. Okay. And then the last question is that he says that it must be submitted with an application, a copy of a property lease. You're saying that that can be passed over, the lease can be done not at the point of application, but at a different time period when they're actually going for the permits to build it? Is that what you're saying? So we
Yes,
don't
as
need an
a
executed
standard
lease.
as a standard practice with just about all of the towers that have come before you, we have had that as a deferred submittal. And one of the reasons that we feel it's okay to do that is because it's not going to change the outcome of the project. It's just a procedural requirement. And as long as it's conditioned in the project that they include those conditions in the lease, we can catch that when they come in for a building permit and review it at that time.
So would he be incorrect by saying it must be submitted with an application? Is that just his opinion, or we have a different opinion as a city staff on that, or?
We can't really monitor the terms of a lease agreement. It's between private property owners. The only thing we are concerned about is that there's information in the lease that allows it to be removed. So we believe it is appropriate at a building permit stage. We get it, but only to address the issues that we're capable of addressing.
Thank you.
Any other commissioners have questions for staff? I have a few. Can you bring up the search ring, please? So if I'm looking at the search ring, we have an existing cell tower almost directly in the middle of this search ring, which is number 12. That's at the old BMW installation. So one of my questions, I know it's not going to be for staff, but it will be for Verizon. Did they look at this location to install this cell tower? My next question for staff is, can you bring up the zone map, please? The RM2, that's residential, correct?
Yes.
So that could be future residential?
Yes, it could be. Actually, there is a residential, there is a house on that property.
So how far away is that residential from that cell tower?
It's more than 350 feet.
So the cell tower is going on 535?
545. I'm sorry. It's more than 350 feet from the actual house. However, it is more than 100 feet from the property line of that parcel.
And our zoning regulations require 100 feet?
The zoning regulations require a minimum of twice the tower's height from the nearest residential zoning district, so the parcel
90
line.
feet. It's
So
gonna
no,
be-
it'd have to be twice the tower's height, so that would be 100 feet.
Okay, and is it?
It's of the structure, it's not the zone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anybody else have any questions for staff yet? Yes.
So it's my understanding that Verizon did look for other locations. Is that correct?
Yes,
It is.
that's, I believe it's in your packet.
Yeah.
But let me go back to there you go. There's their co-location opportunities.
Now, some of these locations which may have worked with the two parties, but it ended up not working because it was outside of, it wasn't zoned properly. Is that correct?
That may have, well, there's a variety of issues. The property owner may not have been interested in leasing the space or entering into negotiations with Verizon. It's probably the best for Verizon to answer the question, but other things is maybe the co-location didn't work. Most of these areas, actually, the one by the Holiday Inn, number 8, none of these are existing locations. There are no towers on any of these except at number 8, I believe. Yeah.
Number 8, I think, was a new site they were looking at.
I think if they've got it pinned correctly, number 8 might be the old BMW dealership. But I don't have the written stuff in front of me. So I would defer that to the applicant.
Yes.
I have a question. This is regards to trying to look into the future, just as Verizon does. What's the possibility of the zone that exists right now as industrial general being changed to a residential? Since it is going to be, we are a growing city, and we are going to be needing housing. Eventually, those properties, are going to be surrounded by residents.
They might be, but right now we've got a general industrial zoning district, and we've got the general industrial or the industrial general plan designation. And so there's not a lot we can do about looking to the future. We've got an application based on the current general plan designation and the current zoning. So at this point, those are the regulations that we have to follow.
And there's still a 100-foot setback that would, if anything came in the future, there would still be a requirement for the 100-foot setback.
How about endangered species? Is there anything on the site?
No, it's paved. It's the entire property basically is paved. Where the building is, there's a parking lot. There's an area where they keep all of their, it's a construction site. So the site's fully developed.
On both sides of the property?
Again, where the tower is being proposed to be constructed, there are no potential for endangered species. It's in a eucalyptus grove, which doesn't allow any type of things other than, there are no identified maps that show endangered species in this area. Eucalyptus prevent pretty much anything from going underneath them.
Any other commissioners have any questions for staff?
Said one
Yes.
more. I was hoping maybe that you would go back to the one photo where it was actually blended in with the trees, because you kind of went quick and I didn't see
This one or this one?
on the one with, so there's a building in front of the trees here, correct?
This building that you're seeing in all these pictures is the existing
Building that's
building
there.
out there.
And these trees are behind that building?
Yes, and behind the trees is clusters.
So where's the residential housing would be on the other side of the building? Front side?
Yes,
So there's a building separating the residents from this tree and this pole?
yes.
And is that one right right in the middle there, I would assume, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Actually, maybe you can leave it up there so when we have speakers and so on, they can, if it bothers them or the aesthetics of it, they can show us why.
Any other questions? Seeing none, would the applicant like to come up and say a few words?
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. I'm Rebecca Anderson, representing Verizon Wireless. I also have with me two of the Verizon Wireless RF engineers, Hugh Huang and Dwayne Bonham, and they will be also addressing the need for the site. This is a Verizon Wireless site that we have searched around the area to find the best location. We are proposing a eucalyptus tree near other eucalyptus trees in a very low visual impact location, as was mentioned by staff. And we are here for questions. I did want to mention just one of the comment to one of the chair member's questions about the tower number 12 that was shown on the staff's list of existing towers, the Metro PCS top of flagpole site. That one did not come up in my online searches, and nor did it come up necessarily when I was researching the area, due to a flagpole tower would not be available for co-location for Verizon Wireless for this site. For most sites, we are proposing 12 antennas for this site, and the flagpole would not be feasible at all. And please let me know what other questions you have. I'd like to bring up the RF engineers.
How about a clock tower there?
I'm sorry?
How about putting up a clock tower there instead of a flagpole?
Well, we're proposing the eucalyptus tree in this current location.
Anybody have any questions of her?
We understood there were some questions based on what our need for this site that we hoped that we could possibly better answer. The reason for this site is mainly growth of the smartphones that everybody seems to be carrying. As we've gone through the last 5 years, where we have to provide service has changed significantly. Where 10 years ago we were trying to provide service for mobile phones on highways and in business communities. Today we're trying to service our customers in their places of business, in their places of work, and in their residences. So where we've had to build cell sites has changed and adapted. And why we build cell sites has changed and adapted. Where years ago, it was about getting coverage out there so people could make voice calls, so people could carry a phone call as they drove down the road. Now it's much more about Instagram, Facebook, connecting ambulance drivers or the personnel in ambulance or fire trucks back to their headquarters so that they can transfer information. We've gone where we were voice-centric to where we're data-centric, and now everything is carried over data networks, including very soon the voice traffic. Coming later this year, voice traffic will begin being carried over the data networks, which is going to bring about a whole host of new problems for us. That's one of the reasons we get very concerned now when we see our data network overloading, is we know that people's voice calls, people's 911 calls are going to be carried over those by the end of this year. And we don't want those overloads to be impacting people's health and safety. So that's part of the reason. Now, there's some very technical graphs that we've given you in your package. We use a number of different parameters to try to project the growth of each of the sectors in our network to determine when they're going to need to have additional capacity added to them. And there's a number of different ways we add additional capacity. One, we purchase new spectrum. We have done that the last couple of years. We will add that new spectrum to sites where we can in order to increase the capacity to achieve these growth slopes that you can see. We also look at new technology, things like going to more antennas, the way we utilize our antennas to try to improve the efficiency of the spectrum that we have. So our tools take all that into account. We plug in numbers. We say, okay, if we use these different antennas, we can gain 12% capacity. If we add this new piece of spectrum, we can gain 25% capacity. And we factor that, we use these projection lines to determine at what point we're going to see exhaustion. Unfortunately, on the sector that we're trying to offload here, we reached exhaustion in October, well, before
Could you
October.
please point out what graph you're looking at?
I'm looking at the center graph on the top, which is something, it's quite technical. It's called average scheduled eligible users, okay? Explaining it in layman's terms is extremely difficult. Explaining it in engineering terms is difficult. But what it is it has to do with how far the users are from the cell site. The closer a user is from the cell site, okay, the more data we can use, the less error correction, and the more dense the data stream can be to the customer. The farther a user is away, the less dense we can pack the data, the more error correction, the more rejected frames we have. So the amount of traffic that we can carry at a distance from the cell site is far, far less than what we can carry when the cell site is close to our users. That has us having to engineer sites now where they are in much closer proximity to where our user base is. So that's part of the reason. So what these graphs show is that, one, on that particular measure, we exhausted quite some time ago on this sector, and some of the surrounding sectors also. Also, there's another one on the far left upper is FDV, forward data volume, okay? That is just the pure amount of data that we can put through a cell site. That's how many megabytes can you put through that cell site? What can it handle in an hour before it breaks? And we've pretty much achieved maximum on that. Doesn't tend to go much higher than the red line. You'll get occasional blip up there, which I think are usually anomalies, where a reporting anomaly, where 2 hours reports during a single hour because of a glitch. But it doesn't tend to go much above the red line before we start seeing significant performance degradation. So we're already degraded in our voice network during peak hours in this area, surrounding areas.
Any of the commission have got any questions of the applicant?
Yeah, I have a question. Layman's term. From what I understand in reading the information you gave us, this is going to be to help promote your 4LG, which is basically being able to talk while you drive. Is that kind of like what I'm understanding? You're going to be using your phone or voice texting?
No. This is going to be a 4G site, which is mainly data. Okay, what that means is it's mainly a data site for data applications.
Yeah, but you say reading the information you gave me here.
VoLTE, which is a voice service that works over data. So that would be used just like any other voice service. It would be just the same as if you were to make a voice phone call now, only it'll be a digital voice pass, so the clarity will be much higher. And it'll promote video conferencing.
You could drive and talk to your phone.
No, it doesn't mean you're driving. However you.
No, I'm just trying to. Because otherwise I would dial. If I was a normal person, I would just use my phone. Normally,
your phone. The future phones will only work on that new technology.
So the future phones would only work on that technology.
The next iPhone that comes out will only have what's going to be called like HD voice or 4G voice over IP is something it's commonly called. So the technology's changing and how voice services are delivered to customers.
So you're saying in the future we're going to be talking to our phones to communicate to who we want to call. I'm trying to understand this.
Yeah, no, it doesn't have anything to do with talking to your phone. Your phone will be utilized exactly as it is now. No difference. Other then you'd have the option of viewing the person on the other end of the call if you'd like to.
So you would be viewing them, and so you'd be viewing and talking, right? I mean, you'd have to hold your phone out to see the person
If you
on
wanted
the phone,
to,
right?
If you chose to.
Right,
Only
if you chose to. So we're going to have more folks, to your technology.
I would
we're gonna have
seriously hope
more
they
folks
wouldn't.
trying to do that, or
I-
utilizing that.
I would hope not. I know in my vehicle, I drive a Ford, where I have the Ford Sync system where I push a button on the dash, I say, call Q.
Yeah, I see a lot of folks on the highway talking, they look like nuts, and they're talking, and they're not paying attention to the road. And for me, that's a big safety hazard, and it's something that I think.
That's going to happen whether this site goes in or not, though, sir.
Yeah, I know, I understand that, but I mean, I'm looking at that, and that, for me, is a big concern.
Yeah,
I know
and we-
technology is gonna move forward, I'll be buried, and
And
that
we
they're gonna
strongly
be able to
discourage
continue
that,
on.
and if anyone has bought a Verizon store bought a Verizon
So,
phone
so
lately.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is this cell tower that you're trying to, or you're proposing, is to enhance that capability.
It's to enhance our 4G data service, which handles a lot of a vast, a variety. It'll handle everything as we go forward. It's going to handle voice, it's going to have data, emergency services, you name it. But yeah, I'm sorry, it will have no impact on whether people use their phones, how they use their phones when driving. That's just responsible behavior. And we try to promote that by selling people accessories, the hands-free units.
Yes, Nick?
In your search, did you find any other locations that that would achieve what you're trying to achieve with this current site, but prevented from moving forward because it was not zoned appropriately?
I'll come back up. We did, but I would also like to get clarification from staff, if she doesn't mind joining in. But there is two different types of facilities that you have in your code. You have the telecommunications sites, and then you have telecommunications facilities. One refers to new towers that can be built. The other refers to the antenna must be located on existing structures. And so in order to achieve the correct height that was needed for this tower, which is still a very low site considering what we're used to doing, many of the existing structures or buildings out there were too low to consider being able to put antennas on them. And therefore, we would have had to build a new tower, and it was prohibited under that zone. And I was also looking further at this Metro PCS flagpole site, which is in the zone where only the sites that are supposed to be located on existing structures can be. And so I'm expecting that antenna was on that existing structure only, to answer the question about maybe building a new structure on that parcel.
But you're not 100% sure.
That is a guess. That is well, as far as the second part about how that one's permitted or not, I do not know the answer to that.
No, I wasn't asked that
But-
question. The question that you stated was you're not sure if it could be a new tower added onto it or not. And we don't
can't.
know what that tower looks like, correct?
Well, I think that I'm looking at a picture of it right now, but I wanted to also defer to staff to confirm, which was the reason that I didn't say it with 100%.
Is it in our packet?
No, as I mentioned
Oh.
before, this isn't one that had been mentioned in the packet.
Looking at it on Google Earth.
Okay.
But-
So it might not be in the flagpole, it could be on the building itself?
Either way, it wouldn't work for Verizon Wireless,
And why is that?
because if it's on a building, it's not high enough, because I do know that the buildings in that area are not tall enough on that parcel.
Yeah, the site is a flagpole, and it was permitted as a tower, basically. So I don't know what the height is right offhand, but
But a flagpole wouldn't work for this site for Verizon Wireless. We are proposing an antenna array that is a full array, 12 antennas, that wouldn't work with a flagpole.
Okay. How about Lee Road site?
I'm sorry, what?
Lee Road site, it's a monopole pole,
And is that something that you're referring to from the packet as well?
correct?
Which one was that?
That is,
Far from Main Street.
number 10. Right across the freeway from West Marine.
The Lee Road site isn't on this map.
Yeah, it definitely is outside of the search ring. And I do have an answer for you. Just one sec.
This is the
To be honest with you, if it was that far out of the search ring, we'd be eventually having to build something over in this area.
That's what I was getting at.
Everything would be in one quadrant of your, so a cell site basically has 3 sectors to it.
Oh,
okay?
here, talk to the mic.
And if you have all of your traffic in a single sector, that site very quickly overloads. So where we try to place a site is somewhere where we're going to have substantial amount of usage in all 3 areas of the site, all 3 sectors, so that we can maximize the amount of capacity so that we don't have to build as many cell sites. We don't want to build cell sites. They cost us a lot of money and a lot of headaches. So
And also in your packet, we provided in the attachment 8, page 5 of 5, you could see that Verizon Wireless is working on another wireless site near where this number 10 site is that you're referring to. So it's a whole different site that we're going to be proposing altogether in the future.
So I think Verizon was up in front of this commission probably about 1.5 years ago, and they brought in front of us a need why they needed the new cell tower, and so far you haven't proved to me that you need this cell tower yet. I've asked numerous times to get clarification of why you need it. I have not seen it yet from you, gentlemen and ladies. So I'm kind of discouraged that we haven't seen anything why you actually need this cell tower besides a boilerplate letter. That's every time we get the same 4 pages that says from Verizon, we need the cell tower.
Actually, he just explained in detail the graphs showing the overload of the existing sites.
Like I said
Would you like him to
before.
explain again?
Sure, why doesn't he?
Would you like to explain again?
So each sector of a site can carry a limited amount of traffic. And that, how much traffic can carry is based on 2 things. One, how many users are within that sector, and how far those users are from the cell site that's serving them, okay? So we do projections based on that. We monitor the statistics to see where we currently are, and we project those statistics going forward to determine where we're going to be in 2 years. It takes us about 2 to 3 years from the time we say, we need to build a cell site to actually getting it up and on the air. So we have to be looking 3 years out. In this particular case, we're already seeing signs that the site is breaking, as shown by the graph and where we are above what we show as the red line on that. If you look, there's a red line there. That is where we start seeing significant performance degradation. And that was 1.5 years ago on this particular sector that's breaking. We've been working on this site since 2010, I believe, was when I started. That's the reason we have 2 engineers here. I don't think he was out of school when we started this site. So we've been looking for quite some time. But yeah, the need is just based on the growth in smartphone usage. I mean, that area of Watsonville, what has the growth been like over the last 10 years in that area of Watsonville? It's strip malls, I mean, there's new residential, there's new strip malls, there's new commercial.
I wish
There's
there
a
was
growth in
new
usage.
strip malls and commercials.
Huh?
I wish there was new strip malls and commercial in the last 10 years.
I don't know, it looks really new to me, but I could be wrong.
I have a couple quick questions.
Yes.
Okay. Well, first off, so if the neighbors around that property are getting good reception, that may be because you have multiple channels and some channels are already having issues and are overloaded. Is that accurate assessment?
There's two qualifications of good service, okay? Actually, there's more than two. There's one is voice service. Can I make a voice call? Can I place a voice call? Can I talk to somebody at the other end, and does it drop or not? Okay? And that is this time. So that's what we generally, or we used to historically qualify as service, okay? The second thing is the bandwidth of that service. Does that service get overloaded to the point where people are starting to get busy signals, where they're starting to be shed to other services? Now, we tend to use, before we exhaust something, we use all the channels that we have at our, that we have available. And we're always trying to buy new spectrum in order to put new channels in. We're trying to grow in two ways: put sites in where we need them, and also grow the depth of the number of channels that we have.
The other is probably how quickly people are getting the data.
The big deal has been the growth and the way usage has changed, where some time ago everyone was just using for voice calls. Now people are Facebook and Instagram and update this and different applications and video games and Netflix downloading movies and.
Right. Let me ask you this question. This is my question then. So if you were not to get this site, how long would it be before the service started to deteriorate? How long would that be, and what would we expect? Let's say you get no site in this area, you continue to use the cell towers that you have. What would be the estimate for us to, as a city, to start to have problems in that section of town?
I would say that about third quarter of this year, your police and fire people will start complaining
Start
loudly.
to feel it.
Loudly.
If
quite
we don't
loudly.
have anything, we don't have anything going up in that particular sector.
Because of changes that we know about that are coming that we can't necessarily talk about, there's going to be problems in the third quarter of 2015.
And we're going to continue to use more data. We're going to continue to do that. The phones are doing that, so that's a guess. But if we were to go years and not have a cell tower go up in this area, it would be your position that there'd be a problem in that part of town.
There's already degradation. There's significant degradation. You know, it's not a big deal when you're checking your Facebook status and it's a little slow to load. That's not a big deal. We don't worry about that, okay? But as we start putting voice services over these and over these data channels, and it starts to get to where you can't understand the person on the other end because packets of data are getting dropped. And I don't know if you've ever used voice over IP phones. When they start dropping packets and you get that, that's what we're going to be getting for voice service come fourth quarter of 2015.
But your
as the voice
position
services migrate on to 4G.
That's your position that our community will have a problem.
You're going to have serious service degradations come fourth quarter this year.
Thank you.
Is that with Verizon or all carriers?
I can only speak for Verizon. Some of our competitors already have issues. A couple years ago, AT&T had a huge problem. We strive to be the best. I don't know. Everyone's going to be migrating to these new technologies. We know that because the phone manufacturers, that's what they're going to be producing. And so everybody's going to be in the same boat. We do have higher standards than several of our competitors.
Okay, thank you.
Because we do service a lot of emergency services personnel, so they're not very forgiving.
Any other commissioners have any questions? Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Anybody from the public who would like to come up and say anything on this matter?
Good evening, Commissioners. My name's Maria Heredia, and I have a couple of things I want to submit. One letter from the CV Ranch Homeowners Association. It was sent through email. The board member who was going to be reading that had an emergency, but there is a full packet that I want to submit to make sure that you get that. And it's possible that somebody else will be reading that, but I wanted to just address some of the issues that were brought up. So a couple of things that I wanted to start off with. This proposed cell tower is, by our approximation, within 200 feet of the northwestern area of the slough, the corner area. There are threatened species there. That's incorrect information. There's the red-legged frog, and there is the tar plant that exists in the general area. So our belief is that the slough starts right at that edge. Okay, so there are threatened and endangered species. What I'm going to do is submit the fact that it's also a migratory bird area, and so the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service recommends that there are guidelines that are followed. So that's a fact. If you go to www.Wetlands Watch, you will get all that information about all the other species that are located there, but that document is specific to birds, okay? So I wanted, and I also wanted to submit just on so there's guidelines here too from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service with respect to migratory birds. Oh, I'm sorry, can't see. Migratory birds, which this area is a migratory bird area, threatened and endangered species, critical habitats, which there are specific to the species I mentioned. They are jeopardized. There's also a bald eagle that lives in the slough. What else? Okay, so these are guidelines, and this is to establish that this is an area that has threatened or endangered species, okay? For now. So, okay, I'm going to switch over to talk really quickly about what points I wanted to bring up, and I will submit a separate document for myself. I know I have limited time. So basically, we're in disagreement with this proposal. I am a homeowner in the area. I understand about the health effects are basically not reasons to consider, but there are other reasons. And in my opinion, I don't think Verizon has stated clearly, maybe in their opinion they have, that there are coverage issues. We've been working with the neighborhoods going door to door, with the neighbors going door to door, and they don't have any coverage issues. Other people will talk about this, and this is in my letter, so hopefully you'll be able to read that. But part of the the municipal code is that they must prove that there's coverage issues. So that is not what people are reporting here, that those issues are. What I'm hearing a lot from Verizon is that there's future issues, but that's not what we're talking about right now. And to me, when I think about future issues, that's market share. Those are market share issues. That's migrating customers to a new technology. That is putting out new products that people will buy in the future. But that's not current, and that's not now. What else? One thing that I want to bring up is that there's a discrepancy in how many antennas there really are. So in the staff report, there's 15. By our estimation based on our research at antennasearch.com, there's 164 cell phone antennas and transmitters and 30 cell phone towers, okay? In addition, we went to opensignal.com. Okay, OpenSignal shows Verizon has quite a few towers in our area. I'm going to submit this as well. I don't understand the discrepancy. In addition, Verizon has a cell tower downtown. I don't know what it's called, the 280 downtown Watsonville, but that is leased to Sprint and Metro PCS. What I'm not sure about, I'm assuming if it's leased to them, does Verizon not use that cell tower? But if it's only leased to Sprint and Metro PCS, why wouldn't Verizon take over that lease if there are coverage issues? That doesn't make sense to us. So I'm not sure how it is that they're leasing it but not using it. So did they purchase it and intend to, and didn't have any issues and then leased it? But anyway, that's not clear. Yeah, let me just, okay, it got a little disorganized. Okay, so I'll give you this. So anyway, I just wanted to bring up the point that when we went around to the neighborhood, people weren't reporting coverage issues. And I'm gonna let other people talk because there's a lot of people here and that are anxious to address this. But anyway, I wanna end with that as appointed officials, you're tasked to represent your constituents. Those constituents are us. Your task is to represent the best interest of your community members. Oftentimes that means weighing costs and risks against the benefits. Community members here tonight have found and have shown there are marginal benefits. No real coverage issues for us in this area at this time. But the demonstrated cost is huge. There are threatened species in the surrounding area within 200 feet. So that is incorrect. Then it's the city's task to carry out vote results in a way that best reflects on the city and its citizens with the least amount of liability, utmost in protection and knowledge, education and training as related to applicable laws. This is where competence and specialty training and experience is of utmost importance. Your community is asking you for your support tonight to vote no to a Verizon wireless cell tower and not approve a special use permit at 545 Ohlone Parkway. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name's Greg Caput. I live in Watsonville. I've received a large number of phone calls from people living in the area. They're concerned about their neighborhoods. These are the same people that look to you for leadership, the people that you live next door to, the people where your children and their children go to schools together. And T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T, they're all in competition against each other. Their television ads show you with the red dots all over the map that they want to get as many locations as they can where they control these different sites. And it's sad when you look at it, and you have an opportunity today, I'm talking in general, to stand up for the people in your community, and you can either side with them or side with the big corporations who tell you that the federal government and the FCC are all telling you you have to vote a certain way. You vote the way you want to because you represent the local people. That's who they're looking to for leadership. The people in the community, they're concerned about where they live, where their families go to school, where their kids go to school, and where they go shopping, and where they live, and where they're raising their families. The corporations, when they come here, they have one motive. It's the money. It's the dollars. It's how much money they can make. They will build as many cell towers as you will let them. They're out here for as much money as they can get. And we don't have any regulations really in place. It comes down to you locally, that you're going to say, this is not the right place, or you're going to say, I'm standing up for the people in the community. So basically the whole key to this thing is the people are looking to you for leadership, and you can't let the dollar always motivate or push how somebody has to vote on something. And they tell you you can't bring up a health issue. Of course you can. We live in a democracy. There's freedom of speech. You can mention it. You can maybe people will tell you to discount it, but there are a lot of people that are worried about it. So basically, what I'm here to tell you today is listen to either the people of the community, the people of the neighborhood where you live, or you listen to the corporations. Who really cares about you the most, and who do you care about the most? And that's what people are looking at. Some of them feel like they don't have a voice. They look to you for leadership. And if you vote on something and they tell you, hey, you have to accept it, it's kind of like the captain of the ship. You can't abandon ship before the ship goes down. You got to stand up with the people, and you got to either be successful and stand up for them or lose. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Buenas noches. My name is Maria Luisa Ramirez Perez, and what a job you have in your hands. But anyway, I just want to say that at this point in moment, I haven't been in this discussion ever. This is my first time hearing about Verizon wanting to have these towers, and just the chair said that they have been here for already so many times, and so forth and so on. And then I hear Maria Heredia presenting some good concerns about what it means to cohabitat with birds and wetlands and people and all those concerns. And if I was in your position at this moment in time with what I heard, just with what I heard, I will vote no to Verizon's proposal, just because I would appreciate if Verizon, along with Metro and other T-Mobile, Sprint, and all of those people who have the bucks and the money, will get together and really think about us locally and how to really request something that will prevent one going over the other. Oppressing, either you oppress the weaker of, the weaker link in this case. Who's the weaker link? Me, you, them, the corporations, who's the weaker link right here? ¿Quién no tiene el poder? And probably, you have the power right now to say something, and I would appreciate if you say no for now, because quite frankly, Verizon didn't convince me that they have my best interest so far. I would appreciate, I'm concerned about me having issues with data and stuff already. That's for sure. Originally, I was gonna come and say, when I decided to come forward, is that I'm already experiencing problems with my cellular phone service. But I used to be, for many years, Verizon customer. And I just became Metro customer. And what is going to happen if Metro comes forward and says we need 2 towers, 10 towers, or 15 towers? Or T-Mobile comes and says we need other 5. What is going to be the response? So I would appreciate that for now, you both know until the corporations get together and decide together what is the best for this community to propose something that makes sense for them in their money and their logistics of the whatever technological stuff is there, and then talk to us. And maybe, just maybe, I will say yes. I will say yes then.
Thank you.
Good evening. Let me raise this up a little bit. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the Watsonville Planning Commission. I'll keep this pretty brief. Can you hear me okay? Okay, thank you. My name is Joel Smith. I'm the owner and resident at 56 La Hacienda Street. That's in the CV Ranch subdivision. I live there with my wife and our 3 small children and various pets. And I'm here tonight to ask you to vote no on the issuance of a special use permit for the cell tower at 545 Ohlone Parkway. I think there are a lot of good points that are coming up tonight, and I'll just say quickly, I don't live, in super close proximity to the proposed site, but I'm still concerned. I have young children, but I'm really concerned about my neighbors, my brothers and sisters that live a lot closer. They're basically going to get signed up against their will for day in, day out, 24/7 exposure to this. And, that I was kind of sickened when I look up here at the screen, and thank you, city staff member, for presenting that. It looks like there's already a lot of towers out there, and the thought of like one more tower and that much more energy, out there, it's just not cool in my mind. And again, I'm not an engineer. I don't understand all the mechanics behind it, but I know that there's a lot of discussion on both sides of the table regarding the health effects. And frankly, if we don't know, then why should we risk it? And so again, I would encourage you to vote no. I have a few other little points. That was my main concern, is the health effects, because it's so close to permanent residences as well as an elementary school. Secondary concerns, not that we care any less for our feathered and finned brothers and sisters out there, but there are, like Maria mentioned, federally protected species there. We do have the migratory bird treaty to take into consideration. I just drove home today, saw a bunch of ducks out there. Those are birds that are not there year-round. They are protected underneath that act, and that's definitely something that the commission should take into consideration. And then finally, there is a concern as far as negative property value impacts. Yes, I mean, it's going to look, nice. It looks like a eucalyptus. I'm not a big fan of eucalyptus, blue gum eucalyptus. It's invasive. It does have an aliotropic effect. There's probably no other species underneath there. And it might look nice, but we're probably going to have to disclose that when we sell our houses if we're in proximity to that particular installation in the future. So I don't want that affecting our property values either. And then I did want to address just a couple of concerns. City staff, I thought originally had mentioned that this was to increase bandwidth in the downtown Watsonville, and then I think it was mentioned the Highway 1 and Salinas Road intersections. So I'm a little bit confused because the engineers were talking about the areas that's right there at Harkins Slough. And then to Commissioner Gonzalez's point, which I'm really glad you made that, if this is to really benefit the service and the bandwidth of the users that are right there in that Harkins Slough and those neighborhoods there, we all have houses, and that's where we live, and we all have Wi-Fi service, and my cell phone works really good if I'm talking about data downloads when I'm at my house. So I'm thinking the only other piece that really maybe the big companies are trying to capture is that mobile piece of the market, and more, that is becoming a health issue, a safety issue. And I work for a big company, and this year we're going to a zero cell phone use policy when we're on the road, and so I would say that, we're almost like building a bridge to nowhere if we let this go forward. So thank you. Appreciate your no vote.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Jose Reyes Olivas. I'm a resident in the Seaview Ranch development. This will be real brief, and I'm really glad to see the turnout of the community that's here to ask for a no vote on the application. My main point is the zoning. It was brought up by the city staff that this is zoned in an industrial area. And while technically it might be zoned industrial, we have to be realistic about what surrounds that industrial zone. Perhaps 15, 20 years ago, that area was vacant, and there was probably a lot more open space, but it's surrounded by residents and a school. I want to repeat that. It is surrounded by a community and a school. So the fact that it's zoned industrial is a technicality. The commission has the authority and the capacity and the ability, and I hope the will, to take the will of the community and vote no on this application. It's not complicated. The fact that the FCC has this language that we can't talk about health-related issues is a concern. I find that morally disgusting. However, in no point can we not bring up other tangible, realistic voices of opposition, and the mere fact that it's surrounded by a residential zoned area and a school should be taken into serious consideration. My current cell phone coverage by Verizon is very strong. I do not have drop calls, and my data use has not posed any problems for myself or my family members. So I'm not quite sure about the argument. As a business owner, I conduct business in Watsonville, downtown Watsonville. I'm at the library. I don't have any problems with connectivity. Lastly,
I was here in November when the applicants, when Verizon was here and submitted their original application. And I was, quite frankly, I was dismayed by the lack of preparation and I think the assumption that the commission was going to rubber stamp the application. And fortunately, some of the commissioners, in particular Marty, posed the most basic questions, and yet their representative was not able to answer any of those questions. And that leads me to believe that there's an assumption that they're going to go to municipalities and to cities and get their permit. I understand it's a very complex topic. It's a very dense issue. I have learned a great deal through the process, and I hope and I trust that all of you are going to also, through the process and information that's been given to you, learn quite a bit. The presentation that was provided by the city recently, quite frankly, I felt like it was very one-sided. So I want to urge a no vote. I want to ask the commission to look at the county, Santa Cruz County's policy on cell phone towers and reconsider and put a moratorium on cell phone towers until the commission and the city could really advocate for the community needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Denise Sanchez. I live on San Luis Avenue. I know Verizon reps are here tonight. Therefore, I want to start off by asking, does Verizon care about home values decreasing? Or simply ask yourself if you would prefer to buy a home near a cell tower or one that is not. A cell tower will lower property values, and lower property values equal less money for the operating funds of our public schools, and also a decrease in property taxes. Our homes will decrease in value from 2 to 20%, moving toward the higher range the closer the home is to a tower. Another point I want to bring up is cell copper theft. This is thinking outside the box. Copper theft has sparked all over the U.S. Why? Because you can steal up to $16,000 worth of copper wire from the electrical boxes that serve the towers. A spokesperson from AT&T stated that without the copper, the towers are more vulnerable to lightning strikes, making this a whole other safety issue. Aiken County sheriffs have stated that cell tower copper thefts present additional safety, security, welfare issues, and problems, therefore exposing our neighborhoods to more crime. Reasons why we don't need this tower: Verizon has not shown a significant gap in service, that Verizon's claims about 911 and emergency services are not persuasive. It seems like they're only worried about Facebook and Instagram. We already enjoy excellent wireless coverage in our area. Verizon has shown bad corporate citizenship by not being socially responsible, for meeting ethical responsibilities, and for not aiming its business to create higher standards of living and quality of life in the communities in which they operate. Last Tuesday, when I asked Kramer about the Supreme Court case of Abrams versus City of Palos Verdes, it was to help inform you, the council, that you are able to deny the installation of a cell tower, as long as the denial does not cause a significant gap in service that can be feasibly addressed by alternatives. But what did Kramer do? He tried to brush me off and suggested that we discuss the case after the workshop. For me, this raised a red flag towards his credibility. As a county official, you have the power to regulate the placement of cell towers, as long as such discrimination is not unreasonable, and especially if we are able to prove that we enjoy good cell phone service. The proposal of another antenna is just a want and not a need. It is just an attempt to gain closer proximity to our homes and to push for their 4G coverage products on us without consumer demand for them. As a city, we are not powerless. We may not stop every tower, but it's the city's right and your responsibility to regulate them. We are here to ask you to stand up and be our voice and see yourself as our neighbor and look at this through our eyes. We would really appreciate that. When you all took oath, you said you'd serve the people, and that's what we are looking for. Listen to the issues that we are giving you. they are facts. We didn't vote for Verizon, we voted for you, and now we need you to be here for us. We need a city to grow, but not with the cell tower popping up in any place they want or any place they please. Now, I would like to request to have all Verizon customers who are here in the audience to please raise your hands if you receive good service, if you're a Verizon customer, and if you oppose the cell tower. Good coverage. And if I can translate that in Spanish, me gustaría pedirle a toda la clientela de Verizon que está presente que levante su mano si recibe buena señal donde vive y si se opone a la torre. And lastly, I would just like to thank you for allowing us to express our concerns and to hopefully provide you with enough facts to help you make the decision that is in the best interest of our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Corley, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Pedro Castillo. I live in the 4th District, and I come here to encourage you and ask you to vote no on the application by Verizon based on 2 points. One, the necessity for the facility. Marty has been asking this for 2 or 3 years at least to prove that there is a need. AT&T this past year did not prove that. Verizon have not proved that. There's no demonstrated need that was demonstrated by Verizon. This proposal came before us, before the Planning Commission in November this past year. It was continued till December. One of the issues that came up is this necessity for facility. One would think that they would contact 5, 10, 20 people who live in the area to see if they have 5 bars or 4 bars, to see if there's an interruption in service, to see if they get bad service, to see if they get the busy signal. But we have no basis. Verizon has not proven that. Very poor presentation. We don't know if there's a need or actual need, or if they're thinking of that there's a future need because they want to sell more telephones. The second thing is that the tree is ugly. We've had ugly trees by other presenters, the other companies. But this is also not a very pleasant tree. It doesn't look like a eucalyptus. Now, when one talks about aesthetics, my aesthetics, I'm sure, is very different from your aesthetics or anyone. But I wouldn't want this in my neighborhood. If I lived across the street from that, I wouldn't want to get up and have my cup of coffee and look at that ugly tree. And you can say no to this proposal based on aesthetics. So I want you to consider that. You're hearing from the community, you're hearing from elected officials. People who live in Watsonville do not want the cell tower. So I would recommend that you deny staff recommendation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairperson and members of the commission, my name is Gary Patton. I am an attorney, and I've been hired by Ohlone Neighbors Say No to the Cell Tower to make a presentation to you this evening, more or less about the legalities that go into the basic pitch, if you will, you've just heard from a number of community members. And I'm tempted to say that it must be that once a county supervisor, always a county supervisor, because I really empathized with what Supervisor Caput said. Hey, you guys can make up your minds. And if you saw my letter, which I gather you did, I really had 3 points. And the first one was, you really are in charge of this process, and you get to decide whether this is the right thing for your city at this time. And there isn't any question about your legal ability to do that. I'm going to take you through that just a little bit, but you have the right, if you want to respond to this public concern about this particular proposal at this particular time, you should feel comfortable in doing that. I am going to outline a few of the little legal and procedural issues that relate to that, and then I wasn't able to go to Mr. Kramer's presentation. I had a conflict, I couldn't go, but that spurred me on to investigate Mr. Kramer and see what he was probably going to say at this particular meeting. And I found out about this new, relatively new law at the federal level wedged into the Middle Class Tax Relief Act, so it has nothing to do with tax relief. It's a special interest provision that, if you've looked at my letter, you've seen, and Mr. Kramer's own pictures show you, once you say yes to a cell tower, a new cell tower, and this applies, of course, to already existing cell towers, the providers that use that cell tower are going to be able to make additions which you have no control over as a city, if there's any relationship whatsoever to the size of the structure. So if you got a 50-foot monopole, you're going to see potential additions that could really have, you're really not going to want to drink your cup of coffee and look out the window perhaps in the future. This in and of itself seems to me to be a reason to be very, very cautious, because you don't exactly know what you're getting if you voted yes. So let me go through some of the legalities quickly. I really appreciate the staff responding to a number of the points I made, which you heard in their presentation they did. I honestly responded on the CEQA issue that they identified. They actually had another CEQA exemption they proposed in the notice of hearing, and this is the third one. So I had to do that one just sitting here. I didn't have a time to do any research, but I don't believe that exemption from CEQA is pertinent either, and they have an infill exemption. And when you look at that, that's for areas substantially surrounded by urban uses, and this is right on the borderlines of a general plan recognized. Oh, am I over a time?
No, go ahead.
I'm sorry, because I was going to ask, because I know there are time limits sometimes. It's really not substantially surrounded by urban uses, which would mean that this particular infill exemption wouldn't work. But besides that, the basic concept of the Environmental Quality Act, the California Environmental Quality Act, is that if there's something that might have some significant impacts, you go through this public process in which the project applicant puts out what they think is the problem or the impacts. Then the public gets to identify alternatives, identify problems, and then the applicant or the project proponent has to respond to what the public says. So you really get, if somebody brings up Lee Road, for example, as a possible alternative, there has to be a written response that then is before the decision makers, before they make the decision. And so it's not favored to have these exemptions. We don't think the infill one actually applies, but even if it did, CEQA has a kind of saving clause to protect that public process if there are unusual circumstances. And I would like to submit to you, I really think that this new federal law, which really hasn't played out in practice very much, is an unusual circumstance that really you should demand you get this back and forth and really see what the possibilities are, because the possibilities of adding on to something that already is raising some concerns is very, very significant. So I think you probably do need to do CEQA review, although if you want to turn it down, you don't have to do CEQA review. Now, a couple of things procedurally. I identified noise and traffic issues that hadn't been properly addressed, I believe, under the ordinances. Maybe they can be cured the way the city is recommending, but there are a couple of issues that really can't be addressed the way this has gone so far. One of them is, it is absolutely a requirement of your ordinance, and I think it's a very good part of the city's regulatory system. You're supposed to submit with the application this lease, which admittedly has not been done, and you're supposed to submit a real technical analysis of current need that is independently reviewed by somebody that has their allegiance to the city, not to the applicant. And that is very clear. That hasn't been done in and of itself. That's a reason to turn this down. Here is what, if you wanted to say yes to this, which I hope you won't, you would have to do. And you look at the very back of your packet tonight, there are special use permit findings you have to make, and then special findings under the Telecommunications Act. And you would have to make a finding that the proposed use is compatible with and preserves the character and integrity of the adjacent development and neighborhoods. I'm hoping you're going to find that isn't true and you should turn this down. You would have to find a number of incorporation of features to minimize effects, and you'd have to make a finding that it would not be materially detrimental to the public health, safety, and welfare. These are the items that you get to decide about. If you don't think you can make those findings, you have to turn it down. Finally, you do have to make a finding under this telecommunications finding section of your ordinance, and this is, I think, practically the last page in your agenda packet, that the applicant has demonstrated and confirmed by independent evaluation by the city that the site facility is necessary to address current demand capacity or other technical limitations of the system in order to maintain service levels. I think you're hearing, and I believe from the research I've done that it's true. That isn't a finding you can make. So on behalf of these neighbors, please vote no.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Edith Ruiz, and this is my daughter, Leila, who's a little embarrassed. I am here representing parents at Landmark Elementary School. I'm a parent, and I'm also a teacher there. I'm also representing the Pajaro Valley Federation of Teachers, Local 1936. También buenas noches. Estamos aquí como padres de la Escuela Landmark, personas que solamente hablan en español. So I'm here also representing the parents who don't speak English. ¿Pueden levantar la mano, por favor? Los padres de la Escuela Landmark, gracias. Y padrinos de la Escuela Landmark, porque tenemos padrinos también. We have godparents, too, of students that go to Landmark. I have a letter, and I have also papers to submit. Leila, can you please turn that in for me? Thank you. So I have a letter that I wrote. I'm really nervous, so please bear with me. So teachers were not aware about the tower being built until during Christmas break. We got really, really nervous. So we asked our union to help us get a little bit organized. So we contacted the union, and the Pajaro Valley Federation of Teachers, PVFT, respectfully request that you vote no to grant a special use permit for the construction of a cell tower at 545 Ohlone Parkway. The executive board of PVFT also voted on this item, opposes it. We support the position of the International Association of Firefighters, IAFF, in rejecting cell towers positioned close to people. And you can find out more information on their website at www.iaff.org. Landmark Elementary School is within view of the 50-foot cell tower, which will be disguised as an eucalyptus tree. It will be 50 feet high, and it's going to be visible. The RF and the EMF, invisible pollution that the tower will emit 24 hours a day, all day, every day, is a concern, especially in close proximity to an elementary school with small children and staff teaching a good part of the day, most of the year. And teachers come and work on the weekends, so we're there 24/7. The FCC has issues with practically, or a gag order on discussing the health impacts of this invisible pollution that is very detrimental effects on living organisms. The hundreds of impact studies completed thus far show that this new pollution in the airways has damaging effects on humans and its wildlife, especially on children. Having said that, we will focus on the other compelling reasons why a cell tower located at 545 Ohlone Parkway is a bad idea. Aesthetically, we believe that no amount of still makeup is going to turn that cell into a beautiful thing, something that would smell like an eucalyptus tree. Where will those 12 attached antennas go? In addition, through human and child health outcomes. I'm going to have Leila read that part.
May be irrelevant to the regulating body of the FCC. Other governmental regulating agencies are concerned about the impacts these towers have on migrating birds, endangered and threatened species, and on the rapidly disappearing wetland areas.
So I'm going to tell you, if you give me a little more time, I'm going to tell you how Landmark uses the wetlands, if you allow me 2 more minutes.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. This is where the connection between the work of Landmark Elementary School teachers, the PVFT, and the support for the wetlands, habitats, and species intersect. Landmark Elementary School, we have about 635 students and between 35 and 40 teachers on staff every day, plus non-certificated staff. We take field trips regularly to the Watsonville wetlands, and we teach our young children conservation and preservation efforts. Children learned about threatened and endangered species that live in the wetlands and slough habitats near our school. We learned about the 229 migrating birds in this area, the rich biodiversity, and you can find all this information on the Watsonville Wetlands Watch. They have a list of all the species, endangered species also. Students from kindergarten to 5th grade learn that the slough is one of the largest remaining freshwater marshlands in the state's coastal zone. It also provides a crucial resting place for many species of migrating birds. Among thousands of birds and other abundant wildlife frequenting the sloughs, there's rare, threatened, endangered species, including 27 out of the 73 declining birds listed in the California as species of special concern. Students also learn about the expansion has reduced 85% of Watsonville's former wetlands, resulting in a loss of both numbers and diversity of plants and animal species. So we're really concerned, and you can find more information on the WatsonvilleWetlandsWatch.org website. In addition, children and parents learn that preserving the site ensures it will remain the home of several rare and endangered species. The Santa Cruz tarpland, including the threatened California red-legged frog, the burrowing owl, other birds can also be found on the property, short-eared owls, falcons. I have a list that I turned in. We are especially concerned, all this information can also be found on the Department of Fish and Game. One of the animals that we're really concerned about is the baby bald eagle born in the Watsonville Slough in 2014. That has been on the endangered species list since many, many years ago, and you can also find that information on the WatsonvilleWatch.org website. Therefore, authorizing a cell tower in this location within 100 to 200 feet of the northeast border of the property and proposed cell tower site effectively renders restoration of the slough and preservation of the endangered and threatened species. This is why the U.S. Fish and Wildlife, USFWS, Department of the Interior recommends no cell tower construction within close proximity of wetlands or important bird areas, and areas of migratory bird activity or nesting areas, and habitats of threatened or endangered species. The USFWS has recommended disturbance of a free buffer of half a mile around raptor nests and 1 mile disturbance free buffer from hawks and bald eagles nesting. And I did all the citations. Eagle conservation guidelines are available at the USFWS document that I am attaching. Lastly, no Landmark Elementary School teachers have reported any issues related to Verizon cell and data coverage. Thus, the placement or construction of a cell tower isn't necessary. Therefore, on behalf of the Pajaro Valley Federation of Teachers, the parents, and myself, and the students there, we urge you to vote no to this permit for the tower construction in 545 Ohlone Parkway. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Lourdes Hernandez Barraza, and I'm here representing parents, and I'm also a resident there. I have a 5-year-old and who's going to be 6 soon, and a 4-year-old who will be attending Landmark as well. I understand that some members of the committee do not plan to consider the extensive and irrefutable body of research completed over the last 30 years by experts throughout the world that consistently show that cell towers have a strong negative impact on our health. I find it appalling that Mr. Kramer completely brushed over that and said, you don't need to consider that. We are about 15 years behind Europe. Europe has already gone through this. They're using safe technologies. Why Verizon isn't looking into that? I don't know. If we're going into the future, why are we using old technology? Let's move on to new technology. We have examples of that in Europe. They're already going into safe technologies because they've done the research for 30 years. I don't want my children to be guinea pigs to find out if these health effects will cause problems or not. Let's see. I'm trying to skip over some of the stuff people have already said. One of the things that I did want to address is one of the engineers mentioned that they reached their bandwidth back in October. Well, I haven't had any problems since then. So what does this really mean? Because we're in February and I have coverage all day long. On their own website, they say they have 100% coverage. So are they lying to us? In addition to that, they say that at worst you have 90% coverage. The other thing is, as somebody mentioned earlier, there's 164 cell antennas and transmitters and 30 towers. When is enough going to be enough? Are we going to have one and is everybody going to have one in their backyard to compete? At some point, there has to be a limit. And if Verizon wants to be a good provider, focus on customer service, because their customer service is atrocious. That's why I made that clarification. So I have good coverage, customer service, horrible. And I plan to leave them as soon as my contract is over. And I think the one thing that's really important to remember is that once these towers get built, we can't turn them down. So as someone had mentioned, it is close to a residential area. What happens when that residential area grows? You won't be able to get rid of it. So I think that's something that really should be considered. The last point I want to make is that there has also been documented evidence of towers exploding. Who's going to be liable for that explosion? We're facing a drought. It's going to be in a grassy area. Who's going to be liable for that? I may be wrong about this, but I believe that Verizon hasn't been forced to have liability. So who's going to be responsible for that? And lastly, one of the things that Mr. Kramer mentioned is that we all have microwaves in our homes. Sure, we all have those things, but we can turn them off if we choose to. We can't turn off a tower. So I'll leave you with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Francisco Tostado, and I'm a Lighthouse Drive resident. And my daughter can tell you that that's where we walk every day when we take our afternoon walks. That's where we ride our bikes. That's exactly what I'm going to be looking at every day. She's going to be looking at every day. And by the way, she's going to star in Landmark. Thank you, great teacher. She'll start in August. As homeowners, she's heard me and my wife talked about this when we got the letter. And she said, is that going to affect me? That was her first question. How is that going to affect me? I didn't have an answer for her. But I know that I've been with Verizon Wireless since 2000, and I've never, I've lived in this house for a long time, and I've never had an issue with that. What my wife and I have an issue with is, as residents of Watsonville, we would like for you guys to vote no, okay? Just because Verizon Wireless has complied with the process of going through everything that they have to do doesn't mean you have to vote yes. Listen to us, listen to the community, the people that voted for you guys, that put you in here. We're looking at leadership for you guys, so we encourage you, my daughter and I and my wife, to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anybody else out there in the public would like to come up and say anything?
My name is Olga, and I also live in that neighborhood of close to 545 Ohlone. And I just want to throw the question that came up earlier. I'm not going to repeat what everybody else said, because I totally agree. And as you can see, the majority, or actually everyone that came up here tonight, is against this cell tower. But the question came up that the city is not allowed to look into the future. Why is Verizon being allowed to look into the future? So I think the power is on your hands to decide what's best for your constituents, and I'm here also to urge you to say no. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no more public comments, I'm closing the public comments and bringing it back to the commission for discussion. So, I guess I'll start. First of all, I'd like to thank everybody for showing up. We do listen to you. We take your comments seriously. We have numerous emails, phone calls. We love to see the input of the public, and we do listen to you. So that being said, I'm going to make a motion declining the application PP 204-207.
I second the motion.
I have a first and second. Any other commissioners like to make a comment? Yes.
It's a very difficult decision. I also appreciate your input. This is a major concern to you. And I think the issue that tonight really lies on, and I think it's a difficult position that we're put in, is the need for the cell tower. And I do believe Verizon is somewhat convincing, but I think it's a very difficult situation when the applicant is also the same person making the claim that it's needed. So I think in future cell towers, including this one, I would think that that we really should have a third party analyze these so that we have information from a third party telling us exactly in the best terms they can whether this cell tower is actually needed or not. And that's the problem that I have with this. I'd like to believe Verizon, but I do understand that, you know, these are numbers, these are statistics, and one thing about numbers is they can be used in a variety of ways to make a variety of statements. And in this particular case, we're not privy to a third party coming in and giving us the information from a perspective that is not coming from Verizon's, not coming from somebody with a vested interest, but somebody that can honestly tell us technically at what point that the service would go down into a level that would be unacceptable to that particular company. So I don't know if we can table the issue and have some third party come in and actually, I would hate to see folks of this community, businesses in that side of town, I would hate to see Verizon's prediction come true and see the service go downhill at some point to a level that was unacceptable to the folks in that area. We represent an entire community up here, and that community is in need of that service. But again, it's a very difficult situation for us when our information is coming from the applicant and we're not truly getting a third-party perspective of the need of the cell tower. So I don't know if staff is able to have Verizon hire a third-party analyst for us, or how do we?
I mean, based on the testimony that we're hearing, I'd recommend you move forward. We'll draft some findings in regards to why it's not consistent with the regulations, and it'll be available to go up to appeal on council, which will be the final decision-making body regardless. So.
Thank you.
Any other commissioners like to make a comment before roll call? Seeing none, can I have roll call? Oh, yeah.
May I? I just, you know, I've learned a lot during this process, both from Verizon and from the community, and I think both sides have really done their homework and tried their best to describe why they hold the position they hold. It's a very black and white discussion and controversial issue, clearly. And at first it was, in my mind, kind of a great decision-making process for me in my mind. It isn't anymore. And I don't want for this discussion to end without pointing out that the fact that we are not able to consider the health impact, and I, you know, as a member of the Planning Commission, I have to not consider that, but the fact that I can't is a problem with the system that we're working with, and I definitely want to acknowledge that. I have a couple more things I want to say. Actually, I think the things I want to say have already been said. So, thank you for everyone who came out to speak today.
Yes.
Yeah, again, like to thank everybody for showing up to the meeting. I wasn't convinced that they need this. They're looking into the future. So they didn't convince me that they need this tower, that there's a gap in their service. One thing I did hear, though, from Verizon was that and in a way that didn't promote it too much, was that they kind of input that the police and the fire were going to be needing the service. What that is implying to me is maybe there's maybe something in the works, which I hope isn't true in a sense, but their need for this tower is for the need to gain a market within the city. But again, like I said, this didn't convince me that they need this tower. And again, thank you for coming out.
Yes, Toby.
We've talked about this need-necessity question, and I'm wondering if I might ask the staff, in their discussions, in their analysis of the application, was it your conclusion that the need-necessity standard had been met by the applicant?
We had a letter prepared by Mr. Kramer that was submitted to you, and I know we didn't give you much time to look at it. It kind of explains the rationale. It's very difficult to determine what the needs are, and that was what was explained at the presentation the other night. It's really difficult for a layperson to say there's nothing. It's really difficult for the cell tower people to say it's a requirement, and we're in a difficult position. I understand the community's concerns. I respect that, and I think you should vote how you're going to vote, and it needs to go up to council if this is going to be a council discussion one way or the other. And I would recommend that the Verizon team get a good team together to really explain. You're hearing there's a lot of concern in the community, and you're not answering the questions. I think that's a lot of respect. You need to listen, and you need to provide a case that will work. My concern, just to give you an example of what happened the last time, on Grove Street, we've spent a lot of time coming up with the regulations that we have. We had a moratorium. Currently, federal government does not allow moratoriums on cell towers. We cannot go down that line. We have a set of regulations that we have indicated what the requirements are. We've indicated that they meet the requirements. It's unfortunate. It's a federal issue. Federal identifies what those issues are, what we can regulate, what we can't regulate, and it's really gray. And when it goes to legal issues, which this may go, the Grove Street Tower was an example. We denied it. They litigated. We used to have at least a tree, and now it's one of the ugliest cell towers in the community. So, that's the unfortunate. I don't know how this is going to result. I do respect what the community says, and I wish I could give you different recommendations. I'm limited by what is federally required. What my understanding of that, and I don't understand all of these regulations. I am not a cell attorney. I'm giving you the best professional understanding that I have. But anyway, I think we can come up with some findings, and I think this case probably should be heard by the city council.
Thank you. And go ahead, Nick.
I also just wanted to thank everyone for coming out. I know that it's not easy to come out here, especially after, working, all day, or for the kids in the audience going to school all day. But this is part of the civic process. When there's an issue that's, in front of you as community members, this is your duty to come and, present your concerns to in this case, the Planning Commission. And I just want to thank you all for coming out. It means a lot to me personally, and I just want to thank you for that. Thank you.
Can I get roll call, please?
Dana?
So a yes vote means that we turn down the cell tower?
Correct.
Yes.
Yes.
Gonzalez?
Yes.
Jenkins?
Yes.
Just one more before you get to the direct staff to come up with findings for denial. So we don't have to do them right now, but as part of the record that we move forward to the city council, we do have to have some findings. So Susie and I'll deal with it as we move forward, but anyway.
Thank you.
Rivera?
Yes.
Gomez Contreras?
Yes.
Corley?
Yes. Motion declined. We're going to take about a 10-minute break right now before the next one, so everybody could have a little break. Thank you.
see, I think, is
We're going to call this meeting back to order, please. 6.3, a public hearing to consider a review of administration use permit PP 2013-123 for a reestablishment of an entertainment permit for weekend entertainment at the Appleton Grill at 410 Rodriguez Street. Can we have staff presentation, please?
Thank you, Chair Corley, members of the commission. I'm Keith Boyle, Acting Community Development Director. Tonight, we are considering the reestablishment of an entertainment permit at 410 Rodriguez Street, which is the Appleton Grill, located at this location at the corner of West Beach and Rodriguez Street. Initially, there was a special use permit granted for the sale of beer and wine for the restaurant, PP 2012-258. In September of 2013, the applicant came in and modified the permit to allow weekend entertainment and extended hours for special events. This was granted and they moved forward with the project. The site is in the commercial core, central commercial core area, and allows this type of use. Currently, with the type of permit, food must be served. It's a Type 41 license. And the hours for the application that were approved in 2013 were Monday through Thursday, 10 to 10, and Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 10 a.m. to midnight. This is the total square footage for the Appleton Grill. It accommodates approximately 400 people as a maximum with special events. So we're coming to you tonight because of some compliance issues that have occurred since our written report was provided to you in July of 2014. At that time, we found that the project was in general compliance with the conditions. They had not had significant complaints. They had been doing private events primarily, but following that presentation, there began the opening of the facility for public events. And they were advertised, there was admission charged at the front door, and they were not designated. They did not qualify as a private event. They were clearly public events, which was clearly in violation of the use permit that was issued by the Planning Commission. These events started generating more noise beyond the business boundary, more parking parking violations has occurred into the CVS and other parking lots where they're supposed to go over to the garage. There was also some issues with the video system having not being able to retrieve video in events, and I'll talk about it in a little more detail. On September 14th, there was a public event that ended up in a shooting in the parking lot. It was not at the location, but it was a result of people coming out, and police are here. It's under review. We can't talk about it in great detail, but anyway, it was of significant concern to the point that police reviewed their entertainment permit, determined that the entertainment permit expired on September 12th, 2014, and they issued a letter, which is in your packet, ceasing the allowance of entertainment at the facility. So for a month, they did not do anything. They came to us and indicated that they had a lot of pre-scheduled weddings and around December, weddings, quinceañeras, a variety of things. And planning department worked with the police department to allow issuance of a monthly permit for December, identifying the events that they had already scheduled. We also did it for January. So with those two monthly things, it's gone back to how it was previously being operated. We haven't had a lot of issues or concerns since that time. But when the applicant came to us in November of last year, they submitted a much more extensive program that they wanted to look at. They wanted to get a Type 47 license. They didn't want to have serve alcohol. They didn't want to serve food. They wanted it to be open to the public. And that was initially, we talked about it. We have been very interested in creating an entertainment district downtown. We felt that this facility would be a good example of that. But because of the significant safety concerns that have occurred last year, the council basically pulled consideration of an entertainment permit from their agenda. I had it prepared, it was ready to go. The issues got to a point, safety issues came to a head, and it was inappropriate for us to keep going. We're hoping with the Measure G, the police department getting fully staffed, safety issues will again be under control, and it may be at that time that we can consider a more extensive application. However, because of the issues that had occurred when he was operating public events, we felt it was important to kind of pull back at this stage and go back to how it was operating, showing that he can operate private events in a manner that is safe. So the police department was not willing to consider expanded permits, the type 47 that would have allowed alcohol sales. The current alcohol ordinance prevents an alcohol permit to be there because of the separation requirements. So it would not qualify unless we did a variance. And I was only willing to consider a variance if there was the discussion of an entertainment district. That's off the table, therefore that did not come forward to you tonight. It's something that the applicant can request if the Planning Commission determines that they would like to consider that. It would have to be re-advertised. You cannot take action on that tonight, so just make that clear. The only thing you can take action on is what was presented in your packet in regards to reinstituting private events on a monthly basis. Police have not had a significant problem with how it's presently done. They submit a month's worth of events that are already pre-planned. They look at it, they see if they have any issues, and they issue a monthly entertainment permit. So we're recommending, as part of the application they did submit, they had some modified conditions of approval, which tightened up what can happen, and we felt it was appropriate to tighten up some of the conditions based on some of the experiences that we were having out there. And so we have presented to you some further modifications of the conditions from 2013. They are a little bit more extensive, having on-site management be on the site, some additional security measures, some age and dress code requirements, a weapons ban, an upgrade of the security system so they have a 30-day loop so they don't have the conditions where they can't present something that happened. One of the issues was they were not able to present information that came from the night of the shooting. They did not have adequate to see what happened. So anyway, that needs to be updated to a point where the police can have access to it whenever they need it. We need to have better enforcement of the parking requirements, that they go to the garage, no tolerance of violations of the use permit for management, and if that happens, police have the ability to not allow any more entertainment, to not issue the next entertainment permit. So with that, staff is recommending that the Planning Commission approve the modifications to the permit and based on the findings and conditions in the staff report. Concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Any of the commissioners have any questions for staff?
Yes,
go ahead.
If I may, I don't have questions for staff, but I have to apologize to the public and the applicant. I must step away due to some family issues that I have to take care of. but I did meet with the applicant and with the owner and his manager or a member of his board. And I'm very impressed with the facility, and I support his endeavors, and I very much support the staff's recommendation at this point. So with that, I have to step away. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Dobie had a question.
Is it possible for the police to comment on events other than this event that's under investigation, and just in terms of the general situation, other than something that's possibly related to this or not related to it? I'm not sure.
Mr. Zamora is here, and he can talk about
the general.
Some of the general events. We can't talk about the specifics about the one event, but yes, he is here. He's available.
Yeah, I think we'd appreciate his advice or observations.
Good evening. If you could just restate your question.
I was wondering, other than this investigation that's been mentioned by the staff, what's been the relationship or what have been the observations by the police department of of the private events that have been going on?
Sure. So most recently, we've had a better working relationship with the owner. The events that took place between December and January, we had no issues. There have been no significant calls for service directly linked to the Appleton Grill. I could tell you that prior to that was not the case. So I think we've gained some traction in the right direction.
And were these calls before, were they related to public events or private events, or don't we know?
Well, I don't have the entire calls for service at this time. I can tell you that our officers did encounter groups of gang members at the establishment. And some of the events that were said to be private events were actually public events where individuals were paying to get in. And the entertainment that was brought to the venue was not in support of what I think the community would endorse as being safe and a benefit to our youth.
Well, thank you very much for that clarification.
Sure.
I have a question for staff. Just a refresher here. We gave him his permit, and we were supposed to review them.
Right.
They were supposed to come to us to be reviewed.
Yes.
And I guess if I didn't get this right, you guys deferred that review on the basis of that you guys told us that everything was running good.
Right, we gave you, there was supposed to be a year review. It went by a little bit beyond the year. We gave you a written review in July, and that indicated that things had been going pretty much according to what was approved by the Planning Commission.
So now,
but after that, then there became more public events, and that was.
So my question to staff is, why wasn't the Appleton put on the agenda to be reviewed again when these violations were being?
It is. This is why it's on the agenda.
Now
it's because we discontinued the entertainment permit, and again, we're trying to work with businesses. We felt that the private events had not been an issue. It was the public events that had become a problem. So we discontinued it for a month. So all entertainment, and then they explained that they had a lot of events in December and then January. So we did allow them to have the private events in those months that were identified, and they showed them. So again, that was us working with them, but we basically said we would not consider extending entertainment permits until it came back to the Planning Commission. So we wanted to let you know that there had been some issues, but it's improving again since we're gone back to what was originally approved. The applicant, I think, had wanted to look at, what he had submitted. They wanted to have additional work at the, discussion at this time of expanding what they could do. I, again, don't think it's at a point, we didn't advertise it as such. You could not take an action to expand it at this time. You could move with what we have as a recommendation and then ask us to come back and re-advertise if you were interested in what the applicant is wanting to present. But yeah, that we're sorry we didn't bring it back exactly when it was identified. We weren't having issues up until the summer.
Yes.
So I'm taking that the dress code that's in the conditions, does that apply to probably private events, and what is that, sport coat tie, or is that just?
No, it's just no gang, pretty much no gang attire, and even in the private events, yeah.
Yes, Nick.
Yeah. Now, in the proposal, in the staff report, you have in here a maximum of 2 public events as your recommendation.
Correct.
How did that? How did we arrive at that?
It was part of actually their proposal, so we took it out of what they gave to us. So that's. We wanted to give them the ability to start thinking about public events. I like the Appleton Grill. I think it is a very good facility and has a lot of potential. And if it's operated with good management, I think it can be a shining star of how we move forward in the downtown when the community feels safe again. I don't think we're at that stage right now. Police department needs to get staffed up. We need to make some changes. And, at that stage, then I think we will be able to look at this.
But the proposal that's before us is for extending on certain circumstances for 6 months.
6 months, correct. It's a trial period again.
Trial period.
Yeah.
And in this 6 months, if we move forward with this as it currently sits, we would only allow the Appleton 2 events that are public in that 6-month period.
2 public events during 6-month period, yeah. With a month advance warning to the police department before they have that occur.
Yes.
I have a question about the hours. So I see that the hours I can understand the hours on Friday night and Saturday night, but Sunday night till midnight seems to me to be a little late. But maybe the community supports having, and maybe that's a question for Mr.
I think
Novin.
maybe when you hear the public testimony, then, it's what the current permit indicates. I'm not proposing any changes to what is currently allowed.
Thank you.
I don't have a question, but I have a comment to make if that's appropriate right now. I had the opportunity to meet with Mr. Novin and some of his staff to take a look at the facility and review his proposal, and I was thoroughly impressed. I'm very happy with what he's doing there, and he's made a significant investment in this building in an area that needs this kind of attention, and I found him to be very willing to work with city staff and with the police department, and I'm thoroughly impressed, and I'd like to see a greater discussion about what we can do to support his efforts, and I understand that can't be done tonight, but I feel that it's worth a larger discussion.
But any of the other commissioners have a question of staff? I just have one. Parking. I know there's a big issue with parking there, and I also know there's a big issue with the parking garage of being safe for the public. What is the city planning on doing about the parking garage?
Well, I mean, the first issue, we extended the hours to 12:30. Originally, it was closed at like 8, which prevented them basically from using that for this type of facility. So we did work to extend the hours. Following that, there has been some security issues, and it's something we do need to work on. I don't have a good answer for you yet, but we do understand, we recognize that there are some issues. It may be a private security thing, but we don't currently, our parking district doesn't generate enough money to give you like a nighttime security person to be there during the nighttime hours when they're having some issues. So it is an issue that we understand, and we will have to devise something to make it safer, because the private property, which is behind God Shocks, is the location where people have parked, and the owner has had issues with that. So we're trying to get, and Mr. Novan understands that, and again, it's a complicated issue. I guess we do have a security person there now at the parking garage. So again, we understand the issue, and we're trying to move forward the best we can.
So do we know the hours that First Alarm is there?
No, not right now.
Could you find that out? And
Yes,
please
I
get it
would
to
be
me?
happy
Thank
to
you.
get back to you with it.
I also have a question about the parking issue in the garage. In the staff report here in this proposal, it says that the business owner shall regularly police the areas under their control, including but not limited to parking lots, restrooms, alleys, sidewalks, patios, et cetera. Would that apply to parking in the garage? Would they be responsible for that, or could they be, if they were holding public events?
If a public event was, yes. Yeah, I would certainly, because we would be, the security is 1 for 40 people, and if there was 400 people in an event, they'd have to have 10 security people. So, with that many, we could have them go over and look at the garage. But again, it'll be a case by case, and we'll work our best to make sure that the garage security issues get handled.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, one more question on that parking, the private parking. I imagine that's probably where the incident occurred, was in that private parking lot.
It was in the CVS lot, yes.
Okay. Now, we're having this property owner be responsible for somebody else's property to surveillance that parking lot. Shouldn't it be that property owner's responsibility to put those surveillance cameras so the police could have access to his surveillance cameras on his property and not the Appleton?
Although the argument is from the private property owner is that.
But no, what I'm saying is that's his property.
It's not,
because I mean, it's like telling CVC, you gotta put a camera to monitor this whole parking lot, because they're leasing that. So the police should be able to go to that business and request their video footage of that parking lot. Now, if that business doesn't have that footage, then they're in the same wrong as the Appleton is. So what I'm saying is, the owner of the property, of that parking lot, aren't they the ones that are supposed to be responsible for that part of the footage, of video? Because I can't just see just because he has a restaurant, that he's gonna have to be required to point a camera so the police can come to his business to see that parking lot.
It's a difficult issue because the property owner who has the lot where the incident took place is concerned because nobody from this restaurant should be there. It's not a public parking lot. So, you know, it's difficult to put the requirement on.
I understand that part. I'm going to the video surveillance, because the police are coming to the Appleton and saying, well, apparently these folks came from your business, so you should now have a camera pointed to that parking lot, because we should be able to.
It was interior surveillance that they were not able to provide.
Okay.
It was not the exterior.
From that incident, they went to that business to look for footage, and they didn't find it.
Correct.
Right?
Right.
So, again, going back again, incident happened in there, they're going to this business for that footage. That, I don't get that part. Why should that business owner be responsible for that part?
That was a police issue.
Any other commissioners have any questions of staff? Seeing none, is the applicant here would like to come up and say something?
Good evening, Mr. Chair, commissioners, staff. My name is Sergio Sanchez. I'm here representing Mr. Abe Novin, owner of the Appleton Grill. We want to thank you for the opportunity. It took a little bit to get us here, but we're happy to be here. And the good news is we're almost there. I want to acknowledge staff's work and working with us and working with Mr. Novin, and really giving an opportunity for something that could be really great for Watsonville. And so I just want to recognize that from staff, that they work hard, and they you know, slowly but moving in the right direction. And I think there's plenty of space to go there. And I really appreciate Commissioner Rivera's comments about having a longer discussion, because I think it deserves it. There's more at stake here than just, you know, a couple more hours and food and all that kind of stuff. So just wanted to highlight that. Let me just say that there was a big proposal that was put together that took a lot of work and effort, and all of you hopefully got it. And obviously, that's not what we're talking about today. It's unfortunate, because this would really set us in the right direction. But we will continue to work with you, work with staff, and move us in that direction, including that Mr. Novin and I and others that are here present, and you'll hear from them. They're willing to work with all of you to really develop this entertainment district, because I think that's the big picture, the bigger future. What does that look like? Who knows? But what I can tell you is Mr. Novin and the Appleton Grill could begin setting the standard of what would you like to see when it comes to live entertainment. When you what you would like to see has a restaurant that provides all these opportunities for entertainment, because it's not just a restaurant that wants to do live music. It's really a community center, and some of you that took the opportunity to go out there and get to know Mr. Novin and his business would understand that, and saw that it's not just a restaurant that wants to serve more or alcohol or wants to have more events. So anyway, so let me begin by framing this whole thing, and I'll answer some of your questions as I go along, if you will allow me. And I want to get you in the frame, not to rebut staff's comments or the police departments. We have a lot of respect for both of them, so we're not going to do that. I want to put a picture to you and get you in the mode, just the same way when Abe Novin saw that building that was burnt down. And you guys, if you lived here, you saw it, and you remember those pictures. So I want you to get in that frame and what he was thinking. A little crazy to say I can really do something with this building. So I want you to get in that frame, if you may. So this is the current, what it looks like currently. And if I can just have the next slide. Obviously, it was burned. It was built in 1911. And this is where the original, and someone talk a little bit of history just to remind us how we're here now. That's what originally hosted the Appleton Hotel. In 2005, you had the Great Fire. That's a very sad picture of that building. Next slide, please. And so to get us to why we're here, And it's really to create an environment where you can actually have great entertainment, to bring acts that normally would not stop by Watsonville, because they go from San Jose and they go all the way to LA. They make no stopovers, and I'm from Salinas, so they don't stop in Salinas. We're going to have Aerosmith in a few months, but they don't really stop in Watsonville. They don't really stop in Salinas. So it's really to provide a place where you can begin setting the standard of what you would like to see in an entertainment center, such as the Appleton Grill is proposing. And the really is to have families, because if you go there every day, you see families, not just, guys that want to drink or people that just want to hang out. There's families that come and have a meal, that would like to have a different kind of drink. Not everybody drinks alcohol, beer and wine, so it's really to create a great experience. If you've seen it, it's a beautiful place, and it's just waiting for the right opportunity. Next slide, please. What it proposes is to provide great food. They have a great chef, and they have a great staff that are working really hard at improving the quality of the service they provide, and provide beverages. If you see now, even though he's going through this process, he made substantial investments, continue to make investments into that building, that by now, it was about $7 million just to fix the burnout building, and about $900,000 to $1 million to do the restaurant part. So just you can figure. So as he sees the burned out building, he decides to put in almost $8 million for a future that today is probably in your hands, and it'll be in the hands of the city council as they decide what they like to see with live entertainment. It proposes to host private events, and private events can range from a soccer team that just wants to have some fundraiser to a quinceañera and all kinds of different events. Something that you don't have a venue that can actually host 400 people, not quickly, where you don't have to file a whole bunch of permits, a whole bunch of stuff. So they come in, and he's got a great heart, so he approves a lot of this stuff, and that's why he's surrounding himself with qualified and experienced consultants that could really advise him on how to manage that. And so that's part of the progress and work that he's been doing. Also, the public events, understandably, that there's been some, at least one issue, I think that's all I heard from staff and from police, but one issue where the shooting happened outside the Appleton Grill. Mr. Novin takes full responsibility of what he has control over. There's issues with the parking, the security, and we'll talk a little bit more about that, but what he's got under control, he's made substantial changes, including all the number of calls that have come, that used to come out of there. Most of them, so you know, most of them came from people, residents that were living upstairs that had mental disabilities. They had other issues, and they would call. A lot of them were justified medical calls. A lot of them were justified police calls because of real issues that were happening to them. And they have the right to call. When the police department actually told Mr. Nobin where those sources of calls were coming, he dealt with that very quickly. Now he's got supervision up there. There's a whole little improvement. For the future, he's thinking about a senior community up there, assisted living. So that's, again, get you in the framework of how beautiful this place could actually be and how beneficial it would be for our seniors. The big emphasis is going to be security, how to keep people safe inside and outside the facility, and how do you make it a viable business that provides the entertainment that you need, that provides additional jobs. Because if you approve a lot of the stuff that's been proposed today and more, you could actually see 30, 40 more people in this community getting a job. And not a low-paying wage job, but a decent kind of job. And you'll hear from some of the workers that are here. They're going to speak to you about that important part of their job, because this is what keeps their family going, and this is what can keep another 30, 40 families going. Next slide, please. This is the team. That's just some of the support staff that runs the business. But today, not enlist them there. You're going to hear from the experts, from the consultants that actually have a lot of experience running not only promoting concerts, but quality shows. And so you'll hear from them. So I didn't put them up there. So next slide. Okay. So staff talk about the different things. And when we met with the police chief and his staff and some of the other city staff, we said, what are the concerns? And they share the concerns, and one of them is the video. I said, well, the video, we can fix that. And just so you know, the trade-off was high definition, quality video. They can be only stored for 33 days, or have a blurry, not so good video that can last 30 days. That was the trade-off. So that's something Mr. Nobin's going to fix. He's going to take care of that. Additionally, we suggested and proposed that the police department would have internet access to all of the cameras installed in the facility, so the police department can peek at any time unannounced and look at the video and capture video and even be able to pick up that video if they need it. But they're going to be able to have access to that. It's up to them if they want. I don't think they might have the time, but if they do, that's going to be an opportunity. So nothing to hide, and obviously appreciate the additional vigilance of the place. And so the trade-off was that it was not that the cameras were not working. The cameras only saved it for 3 days. Police did not show up until after the 3 days, so the video was erased. It's not that the cameras were not working. Video was erased because of the trade-off with high definition. So it'll be taken care of. When it comes to the IDs, you're going to have professional scanners, at least 2 of them, and those can ID if you have fake IDs. Obviously, the police is always welcome to come, actually encouraged to come, because it sets the tone on how the activities should be there. And of course, we're additionally welcoming any more police and city staff recommendations to making the place safer. Next slide, please. So far, the Appleton Grill has no violations whatsoever with their beer and wine license currently. They actually survived a decoy that was sent into there to purchase alcohol by an underage individual. They passed that, so they have no violations whatsoever. Their application, and that's a typo, it should be a Type 41 liquor license. That is pending, and let me show you with you why it's pending. Staff in this past year encouraged Mr. Nobin to engage in trying to acquire a Type 47 license, and he did that. Personally, he doesn't care about it. Personally, he didn't really want it, and I think he shared with you at your planning commission that he wasn't going to have that. But now, and you're going to hear from some of his customers, they say this is something that not everybody drinks beer and wine, and this is an opportunity for people from outside and other people that live here to come there and enjoy more than just beer and wine. And so that's out there at the encouragement of staff. And staff encouraged it at one time, obviously, because of everything else that they feel it's not the appropriate time. But again, we're hopeful that we continue talking about this and really moving in the direction of creating an entertainment district. All of the staff, including the owner, have attended the alcohol workshops, and they're fully trained and certified. So that will be a mandatory thing for any employee that comes and works there, regardless if they're bartenders or anything else. Again, this is the ideal location. Where else would you put an entertainment center of this size that can handle 400 people, that has beautiful buildings, that brought up a 100-plus-year-old building that was totally burned out with an investment of almost $8 million, and that's just the beginning. Abe is not done. He's going to be doing more things in this city, and that's why they're opening the door and looking at the additional things that he could do with that place, with your support, and obviously with staff support for the future. And we're encouraged by the movement, by the way. Next slide. Just when it comes to employment, we're talking about 30 or 40 people that could immediately be hired if you would provide the entire proposal that he has, and I'll talk about that before I wrap that up when I'm done. The additional tax dollars, I mean, it's immense how much the typical effect for each dollar is $2 more that are going to happen, and just everybody be able to buy more cars, better to move into a better place, because now they have a job. You contribute to actually employing 30 to 40 additional people. The private meeting areas, I mean, he's got so much room in there that you see soccer teams coming in there. You see some of the folks in the audience that come and practice some of their music at that place. Anybody that cannot afford a place to rent, they come over here and they ask them to allow him to use the facility during the day. That can also highlight a lot of our local talent, but also attract a lot of local talent. I don't know if Aerosmith will fit in there, but we certainly could try. Again, it's really in overseeing, and security and safety is going to be a big issue. My experience, I used to run nightclubs and restaurants in my past life, and the whole issue of zero tolerance is something that I brought to Abe to say it'll be zero tolerance. If you screw up one more time, you're gone, because you create problems for the rest of the people that really want to enjoy themselves. So security is going to be important, and getting and I'm talking to Abe about encourage him to actually hire his own private security, so he has his own employees, not somebody's employees, that he can actually trust and train and invest in them, rather than hiring them on an ongoing basis. And that's for the longer term, but that's something that I did with Bankers Casino in Salinas with the owner, and now he's got his own private security. The security are employees, and that you have more control. You're able to invest in them, train them, and hold them accountable the same way. So it's a little bit different. Not saying that security companies are bad, but when you have them under your control, it's a little bit better. Next slide, please. Again, with this, with your support, we're hoping that that this will create the right momentum and the right step, and really begin setting the standards. And I'm taking that word from Commissioner Gonzalez that say, you know, how do we begin setting the standard on what these places should look like, what these places should be doing, and how much security, and how much this, and what the hours. I think this is the beginning. I think Mr. Novin is a very willing, I'll call them pilot project. I'm not going to call them lab nothing. So, you know, I think there's a real opportunity. Just let me see, one more slide. And obviously you've seen the place, and it looks much newer now. There's more improvements that he's made and continues to make to that place. Next slide. And I think I'm done. So in regards to the actual proposal, we propose a lot of the things that the staff is recommending. The part that if we did not make it clear and if it was a typo, I apologize for that, because what I proposed and what I said verbally to them and what we talked about, it was 2 events. I said, test it out. Give them 6 months probationary period, 2 events per month. At the end of 6 months, you come back and you take a look at them, see if you give them a permanent permit that allows for more, or you say it didn't work out, it was a bad experiment, and let's all go home. That's what my original proposal was, and if that was a typo or a mistake or an understanding our proposal, the proposal is to actually have the ability to host 2 public events every single month for the 6 months that he's on this probationary period. I think the rest of the conditions are acceptable, and even more, one of the staff has encouraged that the employees and other customers come and park at your facility. The reality of your facility, it's a safety issue. One of the employees was recently victim of a crime at the facility not too many days ago, and that's because, you know, they're trying to comply by parking and using the facility like it should. So I think we can work together with you in regards to improving those conditions. I think one suggestion is that part of the security team that Mr. Novin hires is that a patrol be hired, private security, and actually patrols that area during his events. And that's something that he just committed a little bit ago, hearing some of the concerns of safety. So again, we're here to support the vitality of Watsonville, to support the future of live entertainment in Watsonville, and to really work with staff and to work with you and the police department, because if we could have more police officers, they would be great. And whatever we can do to improve that and to go in the direction of entertainment center district and everything else that we can do, including serving as a pilot project for you. So I will, we have Mr. Novin, the applicant. We have several consultants that are going to be part of his team. They will speak to you in a minute, but we have plenty of experts that you can rely and ask questions, any questions you have, and any suggestions. Again, we're supportive of staff's recommendation, with the only change to be allowed 2 events per month for the next 6 months. And that's even sometimes difficult for promoters, because it's not easy to attract good quality acts that way, but it gives them enough to work, but enough to move forward. What I can tell you, the alternative is you deny that. If you don't allow for the additional days or the additional public events, you might as well just say no to the entire thing. And I'm going to tell you why. This place, he's been subsidizing it every single month, trying to keep it alive, hoping that the city would decide differently, that the commissioners and the city council and its leaders would decide that this is a place that they want to have live entertainment. Should you choose not to support this, and that's reality, and some of you were privy to his financials. He actually shared his financials with you, that the place, it doesn't turn around, it doesn't produce some income. You're going to see not a burned out building, but you're going to see a boarded up building, because he will close almost immediately. And that's not a threat, that's a reality. That's a business decision that is made, that if he doesn't get your support today, he's probably going to work in an exit plan and trying to figure out what to do with that building. Mattress factory, whatever, something else that pays the rent. So far, private events are not making it. They're more of charity, they're more of a public service. So public events, with the regulations and the things that we that suggested, I think that makes it a better proposal. So that's our entire proposal. The rest of it, we'll keep talking about it, because I think that we're very interested in that. Happy to entertain any questions.
Any of the commissioners have any questions yet? I do. First of all, have the security cameras been fixed yet?
Yes, they have. I got a nod that yes, they have.
So they're all up and working now?
Yeah,
With
I think they were always working. The difference is now we're gonna trade off high definition, good video that lasts 3 days only to actually make it last for the 30 days that the police needed. So the cameras are working, have always been working. It was just an issue of keeping the video longer than the 3 days.
So you went from high definition to analog cameras?
Yeah, so reduce, yeah, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Iman Novin. I'm Abe's son. Thanks for having us here tonight. To answer your question, Chair Corley, we had to adjust the cameras are capable of taking high definition, but we had to reduce the resolution of the capture to be able to store the video for a longer period of time. So it didn't require swapping out equipment necessarily, adjusting the settings so that you can actually store longer video. So it's not high definition as it was before, but by reducing the definition, we're able to store a longer period of time.
And what is how many days can you store in the?
Gotten it to 30 days now.
Has that satisfied the Watsonville Police Department? Have they looked at the camera system yet?
I don't think they have, but they're welcome to come anytime. Yeah, just gotta drop in and we'll gladly show them around.
My next question for you is Type 41 license. That is a license that has to be served with food.
Correct.
How do you plan on serving food to a public function?
That is correct. The Type 41 license does require that food be served at all times during an event that's open to the public or actually an event that has entertainment. And so for any event that has entertainment, we will be the kitchen will stay open and we'll serve food for the whole duration of that event. So we won't close the kitchen.
So if I understand this correctly, and staff make sure I'm right, is a Type 41 license requires that food be served at the same time you're serving alcohol.
That's
not independently having food available and just buying alcohol and no food, correct?
That's correct. That's why we talked about the Type 47, which doesn't require food, but Type 47 can't be considered because of separation requirements. And without the entertainment district, we can't talk about it. So again, you could talk about what they're proposing after you hear the public testimony in regards to if you're willing to do 2 events a month. That's not what was said. If you look at attachment 5, page 2 of 3, again, we took the suggested conditions off of what they gave us, and that reads basically City will grant a 6-month temporary entertainment permit and will allow for a maximum of 2 public events in addition to the other smaller private events based on the above suggested conditions. So we drafted the condition for 2 events during the 6-month trial period. There wasn't 2 per month, which is 12 events. So, again, that we just basically put what was suggested.
We apologize if there was a typo in that memo. That was verbally disclosed to the city, and Mr. Boyle was present at that meeting where it was discussed.
Okay. Let's go back to the food issue I have. Are you going to be serving food in the ballroom?
Food can be served in the ballroom. Yes, if someone orders food, if you deliver it to the ballroom, there are tables available for people to enjoy food in the ballroom.
So there'll be waiters, waitresses walking around in the ballroom with tables,
Yes.
taking orders
Yes, they can.
at all times?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
I just want to make sure that you guys understand that type 41 that has to have food along with alcohol is just not a bar.
That's our understanding of 41, and it has been and will continue to be the practice. At staff's recommendation, if you look to your previous staff report on this issue, staff was clearly supporting and suggested that the applicant apply for a type 47 license exactly for that issue, and staff's position has since changed. Although we've spent a lot of money and time to go after that 47 license, given some conditions that are out of our control, the position has since changed on that issue.
I mean, that's about ultimately what I'm trying to get to.
Yeah.
Is we need to really think about having the correct license as a commission also.
We totally agree with you, and while being able to serve alcohol as just a mission from our standpoint wasn't necessarily top of our agenda, because it is a substantial cost for us to go after and get that license. We are hearing more and more from clients and patrons of our restaurant that it would be nice to have other options available to them. And it definitely makes it easier for us to have these types of entertainment, public entertainment endeavors with that appropriate license.
Thank you. Any questions?
So the parking is basically the garage across the street. Would that be accurate? Parking lot next to you, or is that all Gottschalk's and CVS?
The parking, the project, the residential building component of it is actually a SRO project, and under current zoning, it doesn't have any spaces, and it was approved as such without any parking spaces. However, we work with the city to lease some parking in the structure separately to fulfill that need, because the property itself never had really a parking spot. There's kind of one spot over by the garage there, but it's not really, it has to stay clear. I did want to clarify one factual issue that I noticed. Our leases, all of our residential leases have a clause in there that say that you need to park in the public parking garage and not in the CVS lot, and that it's the resident's responsibility, and that's one way as a responsible property owner we can enforce that if our residents are not being good neighbors, that we have a clause that we can evict them based on that. And you know, our units are, you know, beautifully renovated. You know, we're 100% occupied right now, and you know, our tenants love living there. It's near transit, and they don't like risking losing their place for things like that. So that's one tool that we have in the toolkit. In addition, I'll pass this out. We have clearly advertised information to our restaurant users that there's no parking in the CVS parking lot, and we have been working with the patrol to help gauge that for some of the private and public events. So we're trying to do our part. I think it's important to understand that we don't live in a vacuum. You know, we're right next to the transit station. You know, there's other stores. There's the Ace. Someone might be using Ace and parking in that parking lot. And there's a lot of different things that, you know, we're trying to do our part as responsible owners, again, with things like this noticing, with our leases to make sure that they understand, you know, how the parking works. And we're happy to open to more suggestions on that.
On the restaurant. So if I was to come to your business for lunch, I park in the garage across the street. There's actually no spaces, or is
The garage is really for the restaurant.
there larger events? Everybody's got to go
In the garage, yeah, and it's very underutilized, and there are spaces available. So,
have you guys got your 20 yearly parking passes yet?
Yes.
Yes.
Going back to these two public events every 6 months, before making a recommendation to expand it, I want to go back to that part of how are you going to, what's the procedure are you going to follow to ensure that the person that orders a beer also understands that they need to consume food on public events?
This might be a clarifying question for staff. Whether or not you have to deny, so say you have a restaurant that has a bar portion, someone might come in and sit at that bar and order a beer. And I don't know that we have to deny them ordering a beer at that bar.
A bar is a different license type.
So
It's a separate bar. So I mean, a 41 requires the service of food.
So someone can order a slice of pizza or some wings and order a beer, and then they might order a second beer. And so I think the intention is that, I don't know that it's as strict as you have to, you can't order a beer. You can't come to the Appleton Grill and just order a beer.
Food service has to be available.
Exactly. So that's the point.
You can't have just a bar and no food service available.
And that's an important, food availability is different than having to order both at the exact same time. And I think that's this distinction that we're getting hung up on a little bit here.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to clarify. I wanted to make sure
so we couldn't.
41 was understood correctly.
Yeah, we couldn't shut down the kitchen and keep the bar open. Let's say the kitchen closes at 10, but we have an event till 12. We have to pay our staff 2 hours extra, the cook 2 hours extra, our waiting staff 2 hours extra to keep the kitchen open, even though we would normally close at 10, perhaps, so that we're in compliance with that 41. But it doesn't necessarily require that someone can't order a beer unless they order wings. I mean, that's not how the 41 works.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I just want to clarify it and again reinstate that our discussion with staff, the police chief, his officers, and city staff, my supposal, and I called it a supposal then, was to allow for 2 events, a maximum of 2 events per month. And again, if it was a typo, unfortunately, the staff and the applicant did not have the opportunity to dialogue about the proposal that we sent, and finally I reached out to Mr. Boyle, and he did meet with Mr. Avon and discussed it briefly, but we didn't really have the opportunity to really discuss it at all. And I did reach out to some of the staff, but I understand the holidays and people got busy, but our intent is to have a maximum. And I said I wouldn't have say a maximum of 2 for 6 months. It just doesn't make sense logistically for promoters. It's not even worth going in that direction. The initial intent was that, and apologize if that was a typo on the memo, but that's what was verbally discussed, and staff said put it in writing and send it to us. So that was the intent, 12 total for the 6 months. And again, you always have the opportunity between the 6 months to deny it, to revoke the entire permit, and to not allow anymore. You always have that authority, and police have that authority. So I think it's what we're asking you today is to consider that, because again, short of that, it doesn't even make sense. And then you can see a different kind of plan that Mr. Abe Novin will bring forward to you. So again, we're still available for more questions.
Yes. Good evening. I really appreciate Mr. Novin and the staff's concern about safety, because currently I'm on the post-incident team with the City of Watsonville in cooperation with the police department. And we go around to different areas in the community that have had an incident, such as a murder or a shooting or a fire, and we go around and we talk to the residents in that area as community members. So it's a volunteer opportunity with neighborhood services. And I went out on 2 post-incident calls, one in November and one in December in the community, and people are apprehensive and they're very concerned about safety in the community. So I really appreciate that your staff and Mr. Novin is conscientious about the safety of the community and wants to provide entertainment that is available to all and families. And so I appreciate that. And I apologize to Mr. Novin. We've contacted each other by phone, but I haven't been by yet to see the facility. But I just wanted to express that there is concern out in the community about safety, and I understand, that the police are concerned as well, and I understand the hesitation or the reticence to grant 2, entertainment permits per month, just because we want to see, is this going to be a safe environment for our community? Because again, I think it's wonderful that this facility is here in Watsonville, so thank you.
If I just may add, thank you for your comments. My experience, I spent 10 years in Salinas City Council and many years as commissioner. And what I can tell you in working with businesses where we had issues with vagrancy and issues with loitering and vandalism and all kinds of stuff, they completely have gone away as soon as you brought live entertainment. The casino that's in Salinas is top of the line. It's got its own security. Everything's safe around there. So the more that you have, I talked about the incident that happened in the parking. The more people you have trafficking at different hours of the day, the more eyes are in the public, and the more they could be as assistance to and support the police in reporting crimes, but preventing crimes. Just the fact that more people are around, the more people can walk in and out of those parking areas and throughout the city, it just makes it a lot safer. And you'll see with your support that he's going to contribute to the public safety by even growing around his business, making it safer, and making additional investment. Again, he started with a burnt-out building. $8 million later, he's still working on it, but now he's talking about having one of the security actually patrol that area and assist and support and collaboratively work with the police. So thank you for your comments. We appreciate that and want to be part of the solution in helping the city and ease out some of the apprehension from people, because will be a secure, regulated environment versus in backyards or in parking lots or whatever. This is a more safer option for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Nick.
In this trial period, if there is a violation, the police department or the planning department would have the ability to revoke or revoke their temporary permit?
Basically the permit explains that if there's a violation, they won't be able to get another entertainment permit for 6 months.
Okay. This is a public hearing. Anybody from the public would like to come up and say anything on this matter?
Good evening. My name is Maria Luisa Ramirez Perez, and I live in East Lake right now at the facility for disabled people. And I've been living there for about close to 18 months. And before that, I live in the hotel that we're just talking about right now. And I had the opportunity to meet Mr. Novin there. And also, I have been in the community. I have been known in the community. Maybe you know me, maybe you don't. I don't know, and it doesn't matter. But the point is that I am the president of Somos LGBT, and I have been an activist for so long that I don't even know what issues I have carry on with. But I've been living in this community since 1986. And this is the first time that I see an entrepreneur really be willing to work things out with a community and be part of the community and invest so much money for just to look diversity coming around. We were one of the fortunate people who have the opportunity to have one of those events that almost at the same time that the shooting happened, and we were really, really sorry that we couldn't carry on with the opportunity to continue doing some fundraising for our LGBT folk. We wanted to bring Watsonville pride again to to reality, and unfortunately, because of all this, we're unable to do it. And it's not just about money that brings me forward here, It's just that seeing somebody so eager to bring diversity and equality and community, like Mr. Novi does. I haven't seen that in a businessman as much in my entire life, and I'm 56 now. And I have had the opportunity to meet some good people, you know. But with that in mind, it's from the bottom of my heart, I really ask you to help this, to say yes to public entertainment, to Appleton Grill, because it's not, I think I hear, and I recently became aware that you guys are looking into creating a district of some sort, or here in the downtown, or that you wanted to renew Watsonville. And I think if you don't say yes to this, you're missing the point.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Elizabeth, and I'm the restaurant manager and one of the event coordinators for the Appleton Grill. And with my background that includes managerial positions, store security, and event coordinating for small and large events, and with my passion for hospitality and entertainment, the Appleton Grill and Event Lounge has been a dream job for myself and most of the longtime staff members we have. As a mother of two and a member of the Watsonville community for almost a decade, it's crucial to me that together we all help build a safe and fun community to live in. I have staff and community members counting on the fact that we can contribute to hold both private and public events. And not only does it secure our existing jobs, with our restructure, we intend on opening several positions for employment. In turn, with our plans to rebuild the venue we earn, not only benefits the restaurant staff, but it also helps generate revenue for Watsonville as a whole. As we learn from the past to make the future better, I assure you that all proper measures of safety, security, and strictly followed guidelines are to be met with every single event. With our gorgeous ballroom and our new sports bar, our highly trained security team, and our redevelopment of coordinating staff, we are focusing on a new direction for the restaurant and our ballroom. This includes a new approach to music genres we want to invite and abolishment of past genres that created conflict. I thank you all for your time and consideration in this matter as we move forward in a positive direction. And I plead to you that you please approve for not only the private but the public events that we have asked for as well. A small revenue comes from the private events, and the larger of our revenue that is our bread and butter is the public ones. And we just want to plead for you to please, understand us. We understand all the rules, regulations, and guidelines, and we're willing to do this 6-month probation period, 2 events a month, with all guidelines followed. Thank you.
Can I ask one quick question?
Yes, sir.
How long have you worked at the Appleton?
I've been there for a year.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good evening. My name is Fred Antaki. I'm a commercial real estate broker, and although I am based more in Santa Cruz, I have had the pleasure of working with the Novins for over 20 years on various projects in Santa Cruz and Watsonville. Although in this particular case, I have no stake in this project, other than I want to see it successful, I think, for the sake of the city of Watsonville. In my experience, the Novins represent the best of the immigrant drive and contribution that's made this country and county a good place to live. And with the Wall Street Inn, the Novins had overcome tremendous obstacles, such as the 5-alarm fire that almost destroyed the building. Instead of demolishing it, they rebuilt it, as was covered here previously, to modern safety and life standards that I think, and restoring an architecturally significant landmark in Watsonville's core downtown area. So I'm going to skip the points that have already been covered. I just want to urge the commission here to consider granting them the modification of the 2 events per month. And I would say there's 2 major points in doing that. One is that if fear becomes the driving force in making decisions that affect the cultural life of a community, the public loses, the general public loses, because we don't have a place to come and gather and celebrate life and enjoy life. And I think we have to be careful we don't make an assumption that events have to be boisterous, rowdy events. They can be culture events, jazz, blues, comedy. There's a whole, and even theater. There's a lot of things that space would accommodate, and it's a beautiful space. Of those you who have seen it know that. The second point is simply, I think the message you want to send to prospective businesses, I would think, is that you want to tell people it's a safe place. This is a safe place to build your business. We welcome investment, especially risk takers and entrepreneurs like the Novins, and we will back you up and work with you to be successful. So with that, thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Benny Ray Montoya. I'm a third-generation Watsonville resident. I've been here for a long time, and I appreciate Mr. Novin. Thank you very much, first of all, for investing into our city. It's very admirable. We need entertainment for Watsonville. I moved out of the area here about 6 years ago, and I came back because my mom lives here. And the activity I can remember all the way back from the 60s, 70s, and 80s, we always had activity here from all kinds of bands, activity. I used to enjoy walking downtown from out Riverside and having a bunch of fun, and even from high school walking away and feeling really safe. I come back here recently, and the town has changed. Hopefully I know Mr. Novin's going to change it again with regards to having live activity and have it very secure. I'm not only a customer of his, but I have a band myself, and I feel very comfortable we can bring rock and roll back to Watsonville, as well as blues, as well as country, or any other genre that chooses to be here, and have it in a safe environment where everybody wants to be here instead of having to go out of town to a Santa Cruz or any other place, and we can have it right in our backyard. And I feel that, Watsonville has to grow in a positive way, which we are. But it also needs to take in consideration businesses who are willing to work with the city. And I think Mr. Novin will work with the city, and our security is obviously number one in this city. So I appreciate him, and I appreciate the Planning Commission at least have an opportunity to make a decision here for the positive for the community of Watsonville. So I thank everyone.
Thank you.
Hello. I'm going to kind of be reading notes off my phone. Hopefully that's okay. My name is Heath Barron. I grew up here in Watsonville, still live here in Watsonville. I went to Watsonville High, went to Rolling Hills, Calabasas. My mom still works in the community at Calabasas. Watsonville doesn't really have anything to do at night. I personally, I do my own show production. I've worked at the Callis for almost 8 years. I have to go to Santa Cruz or the Bay Area if I want to set up shows. I would love to do those in Watsonville to, get the tax revenue to Watsonville as opposed to all these other cities that I don't even live in. But more importantly, people my age, Councilmember Rivera looks to be about my age. We didn't really have anything to do except go to Starbucks over by Target. And, speaking of Starbucks by Target, that's had its own share of, gang problems, and, that's almost just an inevitability. But, happens. Yeah, I'd like to see the city council support just, live music in general in the city, because it really is good for the kids, for older people. It gives people an outlet where they don't get involved in gangs. I know that sounds far-fetched, but I went to a lot of punk rock shows growing up, and that really helped keep me out of trouble, if that makes any sense. It really did. So I'd like to see more of that. And I don't know if you know this, today is the 56th anniversary of Buddy Holly and Richie Valens dying, so it'd be really cool if we celebrated it with supporting live music in Watsonville. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chairman Corley and Commissioners. I'm Robert Chakanaka, a longtime resident in the community as well, and I'm here in supporting this, and I hope you will too. I first attended one private event at the Appleton, much to my surprise. It was a Persian New Year event, private event. It was incredible, it was excellent, and then found later that there were other live shows One doesn't have to go to Santa Cruz or to Salinas to see a show or to be entertained. So I hope you will take this opportunity to grant what he's asking for, because I think he's doing a great service for the community, a great service for young people in particular. The one live show I did go to, which was public, was filled with people to be my son's age, so that was kind of fascinating. But yet it was peaceful, it was good, it was great, it was a great concert, so thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Daniel Dodge Jr., and I just wanted to speak real quick, say a few words. I'm here to speak in favor of keeping the Appleton open. In a nutshell, I think the Appleton is actually a great place. I kind of heard about the punk rock concert, and I was there, and believe it or not, I mean, it was a good area. I mean, I felt safe. People just came to hang out, whether they came to watch the show or just to eat. I mean, it turned out really well. For the last 2 years, we've heard multiple political candidates, concerned community members, and young people ask, what are we going to do about downtown? Well, Abe and his family have brought us to Appleton. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. Abe and his family have spent millions of dollars on security cameras, a night guard station, and of course, we've all seen what he's done with the outside. He's also hired local people and has donated his restaurant to local organizations to use. We've talked and argued and voted on downtown. Let's focus on moving forward and not let this beautiful restaurant turn into another 99-cent store or another vacant store.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Gary Ty. I book entertainers. I've done so for 35 years. Booked the Catalyst in Santa Cruz since 1978. I still currently am involved with them. I've also booked shows in Monterey and San Jose. Met Abe about 1.5 years ago, and I was impressed with him, and I haven't done anything for him yet as far as booking shows. I've helped him with some logistics of looking at some places, but I've told him that if he gets his permit stuff in order and gets his whole team together, that I would be willing to perhaps lend my talents and bring some different entertainment into Watsonville. I don't do any one style of entertainment. I've booked jazz acts and rock acts and comedy and country western, and most of the stuff I've done that's been a lot of the bigger acts. But I also work with all the agencies, and so a lot of them have smaller acts too. And but I have booked over 10,000 shows, so there's been quite a few acts, the whole gamut. So I just hope that we can do something here. I think the size of the venue is decent, and he's shown a willingness to do things on a professional level. And so I just hope that we can do something. The one thing that would make me a little hesitant at this point is the process of the 1 month at a time, and because I can't really book anything like 3 months from now and then maybe run into a problem. So I think I have to wait until he gets like kind of a permanent permit so that we can proceed, because it's tough to book a real name entertainer for if they usually book 3 or 4 months out, and you have to be pretty certain about it. But I think that it's all gonna come about, because Abe has really shown that he's willing to work within the system, and he seems to surround himself with people who are willing to get it done, and it seems like everybody's been pretty positive about it, and I think it's all going to come together. So I'm just hoping that everything will stay positive, and I have a feeling that it will. So thanks again for your time, and I know it's been a long night, so I'm looking forward to having a lot of good nights in Watsonville.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners.
My name is Angelique Millhouse. I lived in Watsonville for 25 plus years. I work for the county, and I own 2 homes in Watsonville, one on Airport and one at Vista Montana. Recently, we adopted my grandson, Benjamin, which you probably heard him earlier. After we adopted him at this courthouse, we walked from the courthouse and we went and we had our venue at Appleton Grill. How wonderful it was to have a safe environment for families and friends and social workers, and have the ability to enjoy a place where I knew there was public and private entertainment in our community. I live here, I pay taxes, I work. Often I have to leave the area for entertainment and for different types of food. Please approve the Appleton Grill entertainment permit and allow us to stay in our neighborhoods and spend our money on the weekends here in Watsonville, not over the hill. Let's change the, oh, you live in Watsonville, and change it and hear people to say, hey, you're going to hear that group that's happening in Watsonville? That's great. So please approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Jose Reyes Olivas. I'm back for the second round. I've had the opportunity recently to meet Abe, and I'm a resident of Watsonville for the past 15 years. I work professionally in live events. Currently, I serve as a senior event manager at UC Santa Cruz, and I'm a consultant for Team San Jose. And I've also made some attempts to actually bring entertainment to the city of Watsonville at the Mello Center. The reality is that individuals like Abe are rare. The entertainment industry could be very shady, and it's a very, very difficult line of work. But the reality is that as a business owner and as a facility owner, he's really, not only through his proposal, but just the maintenance of the facility speaks volumes in terms of his his efforts in trying to do something right for the community. And I also know that the city of Watsonville has talked about an entertainment zone. Quite frankly, this facility could be the kickstart and the cornerstone for live entertainment. The location is in a good part of the community. The facility, as we all know, architecturally is a beautiful site. So there's a lot of things going for it, and I just hope that the commission will take into account, I'm not quite sure. I understand the incident that took place was unfortunate. I think the timing for what took place in the parking lot had less to do with negligence than it had to do with the behavior of individuals that, unfortunately, that occurrences like that take place too often in our society. And it was amplified, unfortunately, by the previous incident that took place at the other establishment at the Fish House. So I think the timing for that couldn't have been worse. It's always a terrible thing when something like that happens. But we have the opportunity. You have the opportunity to grant, and I strongly recommend granting him the entertainment permit. Especially, and when the gentleman was talking about the typo, it seems like, and what Gary was saying, it's not realistic to not have consistent programming and live events at a facility. The inconsistency will doom, I think, any attraction to the facility if it's not allowed to actually program and book shows on a consistent basis. My experience and my background is less about booking events rather than managing events. And I think they've addressed all of the concerns, parking being one of them, in my opinion. And even when we did the shows at the Mello Center, my attitude was always to deal with the parking situation first and foremost. And I think have found a remedy to that issue. So I just want to strongly recommend supporting the entertainment permit for his establishment. And I think he's done a fabulous job of trying to establish himself as a trustworthy business owner who's really invested in the community, not just for profit. Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Farhad Turkamani. I am an RN and a business owner. I started a business in 2008 in Watsonville, and I went out of business in 2010. I came back again this year. First of all, I would like to sincerely share my feelings towards this gentleman, Mr. Novin. He's a treasure to this country, to this state, and to this city. Many, many immigrants I have seen. I speak 3 languages. I lived in China. People that come to America, they make money, they leave. They take the money back. He spent $1 million here to start this business for us, for me. And I don't want to leave him alone in a hard time. I get emotional when I talk. When I see people come to this country, all they do complain about this country. As one day John F. Kennedy, President Kennedy said, stop asking what America did for you. What did you do for America? And I always ask myself, what has he done for this country? And that's a perfect example there. $1 million, he could have spent it, invested money somewhere else. Or as John Kerry said a couple of years ago as a senator, he said, hey, if you don't go to school, you're going to stuck in Iraq. Yeah, he ended up apologizing. But this gentleman, when I needed $3,000 to finish my degree in San Jose State University, just two classes, $3,000, I didn't have money. I came to him and said, Mr. Novin, I need a job. He said, let me think about it. He looked at me, he looked at probably my hands, says, this guy's a sissy boy maybe. But no, he gave me a job. I made $3,000. I paid for my education. I finished my school. And then later on, people say, oh, where'd that gang come from? How would you feel if she loses her job today? If Mr. Juan or Jose is working for Mr. Abe, Mr. Novin has 5 kids, Juan, Mario, Fernando, they're going to become a gang member because they don't have money. They want to go to school. I taught karate, $110 per class per month. Can they afford it? No, they become a gang member. I was working at Spa Fitness. The kid, they don't have money, they don't have parents, their single parents can afford to come to Spa Fitness and practice karate? No. Seriously, they don't know. They don't know how to even afford, they don't even know karate? No, they started learning English at age 7. Many of Mexicans, they learn English at 7. Why? Because the parents are working farm. And do you want her to lose a job? Seriously. And you go home, I go home, I'm fine. I'm an RN, I'm a business owner. Do I care? Yes. Why? Because we built this country. Yes, people say, oh yeah, who cares? I care. I've been in America for 13 years. This country gave me a lot because I went for it. I tried in many different countries. I speak 3 languages once again. I've been in 30 countries. Yes, people complain about this country. But why? Because they think, oh, they didn't give me anything. It's there, go get it. But we need to get together as a supportive team, support him. As a gentleman said, we shouldn't let a fear push us away. We should come back and fight, like an ultimate fighter. We learn, okay, this guy, please stop. I'm sorry. And a bad apple wants to destroy Appleton, seriously? That apple is going to laugh at me, really. I make you run away. No, I'm not going to tap out. I'm not going to tap out. And we need to support him once again. Maybe you say, oh, this guy is emotional. No. I am not. He has supported many, many, many people. I swear to God, as I became a U.S. citizen in 2005, I swear, I oath, and in 2013 become a nurse, I oath. He never rejected. A guy walked to him and said, hey, I need a job. He didn't have a job. He created a job and gave it to him. I knew he's just trying to help him. And I knew that, and I told, make a long story short, my sister and my nephew is visiting me in America. My wife is Caucasian. Sometimes she corrects my English. She said, it's not PC. And I said, come on, I'm in America. Listen, how many more jobs we want to send to China? Last month, China surpassed America. Why? Because we are destroying small businesses. I personally pay for your ticket, 1 ticket, not all of you guys, 1 ticket. I'm not bribing, PC. Take you to China. In China, in a small city, supporting businesses. I swear to God one more time, yesterday I was in NASA Museum in LA. I saw a group of students, barely speak English. They came to America from Tianjin, close to Beijing, capital of China. Why? Because of the good economy, good money. What's happening to students in America? They don't even know where is the capital of America. When you ask them where is the capital of America, they say, is this Sacramento? I said, oh, come on. I taught karate to them. I wanted to make them better because I got better here. And I looked at them and said, no, it's Washington, D.C. But you know what? No, it's okay. I understand. So China passed. We are second. Do you want our next, I don't have a kid, thank God, but our generation next, third, fourth, fifth, immigrate to China? And they laugh at us? Seriously? And they say, oh, we are American. I am American. But really?
Can we wrap it up, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Please, and please, and please, and I beg you, support this to stay not twice in 6 months. We need more for them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the commission. My name is Brooke Nielsen. I'm the owner of Live Oak Audio. I do sound and sound design, and I was brought on board, introduced to Abe Novin, and have got a chance to know him through this process, and also get to know a little bit more about Watsonville. I'm just over in Live Oak. And I've definitely gained some experience in going through this process. I've done other installations in other areas, and have found that one thing about Watsonville is that it's an incredibly hardworking community, and they deserve a place to be able to go and have a night out for their weekend. And live entertainment is an amazing part of that, and that's public live entertainment. I can't emphasize enough what that cultural experience means to people, and it means a lot to me, and that's why I got involved with the industry. I've known Gary Ty for a long time. I've known Jose Olivas. We've all been in the industry doing shows for a very long time. And I understand from listening to what has been discussed about this, that Watsonville is trying to open a door here, and Abe Novin is showing you the door. I mean, he's allowing you the opportunity to be able to develop a vital part of a community. And I thought it was very interesting that the previous permit that was being requested was a corporate permit for a digital upgrade. And what we're doing here is a personal community upgrade by a private business owner like myself. It's good for me to have essentially venues open up. That's my business. I get a chance to work with them. I rent gear to them, and to see Watsonville open that door, it definitely helps me, but it also helps the community, and that's what I'm here to support. And I'm here to support Abe. I think he's done an amazing thing with the Appleton, and I hope you continue to grow. I know it's tough to be able to get that going within a community that is stretched and under circumstances that are difficult. And I'm also the technical manager of the Catalyst nightclub, and I've been doing shows that are fringy at times, and I understand that. And in order to be able to proceed responsibly, like I know he intends to do, that is going to be a process, and it's a process that everybody has to work on together. But the benefits of what can result from that, the revenue, the jobs, the lives that are affected, the personal experience. I was an at-risk kid too, growing up, and the chance to go to a show meant everything. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Zohre Novin, and I moved to California back in 1985 with my husband Abe, when my son Iman was only 18 months. And we have been a resident of Watsonville and Santa Cruz County in general for last 30 years. Within that last 30 years, my husband and I have founded 5 startup companies, with Appleton Grill being the most recent one. His goal from the beginning was to coming to the land of opportunity, to get the opportunities and give back to the community. And that has been his prior vision since we moved into this country, and especially in the Santa Cruz area. We love Santa Cruz, we love Watsonville, and we could have other choices to invest somewhere else and do something else. But he wanted to do the best possible for where he likes and where he established his root. So Appleton Grill needs your full support, not as an owner that have an interest, but as having a PhD in economics and teaching businesses, I know that people cannot close their eyes to the problem or to the issues that come up, like the security issue that comes up a lot. And I don't really know why, because it's only one thing that happens in the year and a half or 2 years of our operation. And still, after our event was done and outside of the building, that can happen everywhere. And this can become a big issue for that purpose. It's time for Watsonville to start changing its image in the county and in the Bay Area. We need businesses like what we've been doing in order to get our head up and say that, oh yeah, we have this event at Watsonville. Pushing it back and saying that, you know, we have a lack of finance for police department or this and that is not the way that the city commissioners has to face the reality. When we have to challenge what we have in front of us and work in the right direction is what's going to make it happen. So please vote yes to our request. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Victor Garcia. I'm a resident of Salinas, but I do have a lot of attachment to the Watsonville community in a lot of ways over the last 6 years. And I almost lost everything that I wanted to say because I've been in the lobby since 5:30, and now I'm thinking like you. I want to go home, okay? But I'm gonna go and take my opportunity right now to express what I personally have experienced with the Novi family. And I know that you probably didn't have an opportunity to look at the proposal that he presented in advance, but in it will tell you that he has hired me to be his lead supervisor of events. And he has assembled a team of people that have experience. You just heard Gary a few minutes ago that he's going to be part of our team. We have Joel Mijares, who's going to be talking right now. People with a lot of experience with different type of events. I personally met Abe more than a year ago. And the day I met him at his restaurant, I wanted to have a conversation about the ideas I had for the ballroom at that moment. The bar the sports side wasn't open yet. And it got my attention that Mr. Novi was being approached by so many people trying to get his attention on getting this ballroom booked for so many different events, you know? And I came to the conclusion that I didn't want to do anything at that moment. I said, no, I'm going to let him talk to all of these people because this is new. This is a new side. Everybody's excited about it because of so beautiful it's becoming. And so what I found is that Mr. Novi, because of the great heart that he's got, I mean, he will feel he cannot say no to someone. So that what happens, he's got so many promoters in experience that some of them wanted to try it out, but at that moment it wasn't appropriate for them. But things happened. What I'm trying to say at this point, he learned a lot. He's a person that obeys all laws, and he goes by any rules that you set. He's not against the police department, your recommendations, but he needs a team, a support, people that know what to do in case of situations like this one. And this is why when I told them that I wanted to be part of his team now, said, Mr. Novi, I work, I do this for a living. My reputation is on the line. If we're gonna follow all rules, I'm on it. And you can put my name down. You can hire me. I don't even care if he doesn't pay me now because he needs to come back from all these previous months that he hasn't been doing well in the business because of the situation. But what I'm trying to say is that I think that by not giving Mr. Nobi the support that he needs at this time from the commission, that's not going to stop crime in the city. It's not his total responsibility, but he will do everything in his power that is, we prevent things from happening within his responsibility, and we're going to be part of that. And just to give you briefly, I know my time is up, but I was in charge of the events coordination at Northridge Mall when they had the Hispanic events inside the mall. And until it was bought up by a different company, they decided not to do that anymore. I'm in charge of the Strawberry Festival, entertainment, and management of stage and advertising. Also, I manage the Artichoke Festival in the Monterey Fairgrounds, the Hispanic side of it. I'm in charge. I provide the bands, and I do the MC. And also the ideas that we have for the Appleton Grill is not just this type of events. It's fashion shows, karaoke nights, open mic nights. I have planned mariachi contests that you have two mariachis going against each other, and your winner takes a prize. You know, so it's just not really just the nightclub atmosphere that we're trying to provide there. You know, and lastly, I want to say that you want to think about the money that's leaving town on weekends. I don't know if you're aware that there's party buses that are hired from business owners in San Jose to take you over there to their business, and they charge you, they provide you liquor in the bus, and they take you to their venues. And you at least have to spend like $250 for that night, one person alone. There's a lot of reasons why, we want to keep the entertainment in Watsonville. And so my recommendation personally is that we need at least 2 public events per month, and everything else, I think, it should be just fine. So thank you for listening, and please support with a gist tonight.
Thank you.
I'm Michael with Monterey Talent. I have a business down in Los Angeles, inside of More Art TV, where I handle a group called, from the movie star end of it, Shin Koramata with the Last Samurai movie. So we do a lot of shows. I met this young man over here, Abe, 2 years ago. And I want to bring in big entertainment here, and I'll be able to, like the Beach Boys, where they have Ugi Naseka, and some natural acts, but big-time acts from the old days, 40s and the 50s and the 60s, for the older people here. There's no place here to go, I don't think, for the older people like me. So I can go in and sit down and listen to Tommy Dorsey and Maynard Ferguson, Buddy Rich. We need that here, unless you don't want it. But I have the opportunity to be able to bring that type of entertainment here. Just older people to have a good time, sit down and have a nice supper, a couple cocktails, maybe dance and listen to. Watsonville is awesome. It can be awesome. And with the facility that Abe has put together, him and his wife, it'll be great. So I'm all for it. We all put it together.
Thank you.
Good evening. How's everybody doing? My name is Joe Mijares. I'm an event promoter, and I also run a nonprofit organization. I want to give thanks to Abe since he opened up the Appleton. We've had several fundraisers there. Currently, I'm working on starting a radio station here in town, and it's critical for the Appleton to get their entertainment permit because it's going to open doors for me to keep having these fundraisers and get this radio station going in Watsonville, which is a community radio station, and that's something else that Abe, aside from bringing, having trying to have entertainment here, we're using this radio station to educate the community, so it's critical that if you can vote for, say yes to the Appleton and the entertainment permit, it's good for Watsonville, and let's keep the revenue here. Everyone leaves Watsonville on the weekends. The streets look dead, and we gotta keep these people here. We have stop them from going to Santa Cruz, San Jose. The money needs to stay here. It's good for the community. It's good for tax purposes. So if you can, let's vote yes for Abe.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Robert Ornelas. I'm a resident of Watsonville. With no disrespect to the previous speakers, I'm not a consultant. I'm not an employee. I'm just a citizen and a user of the facility. I had the opportunity within the last 12 months to hold 2 college graduation ceremonies for my children. And the location was ideal for that event. There's been other opportunities for us to hold events, but due to the current situation or limitation, we had to use other facilities out of the area. And I believe that that's something that you should consider in looking and approving the request to allow, as it was mentioned previously, by having individuals or events being or going out of town. In addition to having, I agree with the safety issue and the safety factor, and you have individuals like my son and my daughter traveling out of the area for entertainment, which, as we all know, can create the distance. There's that possibility of injury factor, so if you stay home, is lessened. So I ask that you support the current request by the Appleton Grill.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Eduardo Rojas. Born and raised here in Watsonville. My first live performance was back in '89 after the earthquake at the Watsonville High School, Santana Los Lobos. So I just want to say that music is very important. It brings people together. So aside from money, business, and everything, music is very important for everybody in our community, and I feel that it's very important to keep that music alive here. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Felipe Hernandez here in District 1, resident of District 1. I usually don't speak at Planning Commission meetings. I just felt compelled to speak about this since it is also in my district. The Appleton is a great place that we have in downtown. It's a great venue. It's a historic building. It's in a good location. And I would like to see, venues expand here, more venues for local entertainment. Especially for more diverse music, and that's what they're talking about. People listen to more than just rap and banda in Watsonville. You can't pigeonhole a community that way. I would like to see, at least 3 acts a month. It ain't acts. Touring doesn't just happen in, twice a month. There's more acts touring, I think, more in the summertime. So you can't, it's difficult to book bands when you only have 2 slots open a month. If you're able to adjust and move them and have a third one possibly a month, that it would ease up the schedule, whoever schedules the venues. There's no reason the Appleton can be the Mose Alley of the South County. Have you guys ever been to the Mose Alley out here in Capitola? I think it's Capitola or SoCal. There's no reason that could be our own Mose Alley here that can bring in those type of acts. And most of all, I would hate to see another, storefront shut down in our downtown. Last thing is, I'd love to see more classic rock acts like the gentleman was talking about, classic rock, punk, blues, some alternative country, things that would bring in our diverse crowd that we have here in Watsonville. And, I think that this is the perfect opportunity to segue into what the council is going to be discussing about next, about the entertainment district as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I was going to say good morning. Good evening. My name is Daniel Dodge Sr., and I always love when people qualify their Watsonville credentials, and so I'm going to say that My grandchildren are the 7th generation of my family to be able to reside in this valley. But I am a Santa Cruz High graduate. Go Cards. So I wanted to be able to be here tonight to be able to support my good friend Abe Novin. And I think there's been a lot of work that's gone into this project, a lot of dialogue. I know that when the Lieutenant Zamora is involved in anything, that it's always on the highest up and up, and the standards are being set that provides a safety for our community. I literally think that Abe has built this facility from the ground up, literally. Those of us that do remember the fire that went on here know the devastation, and it was just a shell, and it was a shell for a few years, vacant. The cause for urban renewal. Oh, excuse me for using that urban word. Here in our downtown, we've been talking about revitalization efforts for many, many years. Here you actually have somebody that's willing to put up their money and their time. But let's not also forget that the face of the Appleton is also that of Elizabeth, and people who work hard, who reside in our community, that raise families, and are trying to make an honest living and an honest dollar by putting in an honest day's work. Thank you. Thank you. There's also 15 to 30 people like Elizabeth that work there. Some have come, some have had to leave due to the economic conditions that have gone on in our community in the last couple of years. We talk about security. We cannot let a minority in our community dictate our fears to be able to drive us into making decisions. The city is responsible for the parking lot across the street from this facility. It is responsible for that parking lot during the course of the day, when there's county workers that flood those parking spaces, and it's responsible at night. That facility has broken cameras, broken lights in the elevators, and we recently, I know I did, supported Measure G to be able to give our police department greater tools to be able to provide a safe downtown and a safe community. We need to go forward in our downtown revitalization efforts. Well, I know there's no 3-minute time limit tonight, so I'm having a great time. We have recently worked over the last couple of years to provide funds to be able to have cameras and secure a safe metropolitan transit center. We can utilize those kind of things to be able to make that whole area of our downtown safe. With cameras, although some of my good friends aren't so much in favor of cameras, I do believe that they are necessary for public safety in this day and age in 2015, even the wireless kind. I think that we really can take over this area of our community and allow it to spread. I too have been involved in my entire adult life, well, almost my entire adult life, in music and productions. You heard from a few of the you've heard from a few of the members of our community that have been involved in productions for many, many years. This facility will allow new and upcoming members of our community to have a chance at realizing their dreams. We live in the land of K-Pig, one of the most listened to internet radio stations in the country. And they don't even have a venue to be able to put on productions in our own community. By the way, they're located here in they say Freedom, but we all know Watsonville is Freedom. Again, I wanted to be able to point out that this is real people and real jobs. You know, I too want to be able to say that the Appleton has kept the light on downtown. So I believe that communication with our police department, our community development department and the staff that you see assembled at the Appleton, they're asking for 2 events a month. You've heard from many others that are more sophisticated in the business than myself on why that needs to happen. But it needs to happen because we need to be able to keep control of our downtown for those that want to be safe, spend money, and enjoy themselves and create an environment where people can work and play in Watsonville. So I urge you to support whatever the ordinance is tonight in favor of the Appleton. Thank you for allowing me to attend the longest planning commission that I've ever been to. Thanks.
Well, good evening, Chairman and fellow commissioners. My name's William Hanson, and I just want to let you know there's only 2 issues that I have, parking and security. Abe's done a fantastic job. He's invested in the downtown. I applaud his efforts. And Abe and I go way back, don't we, Abe? And what I can tell you is, out of the chute, you need to work with Abe a little bit, but then he'll come around. And I guess what I would say is, I applaud his efforts as far as the capital he's putting into the downtown. So, I mean, that's a great thing. The issue with parking and the issue with security, and I'm sure that you folks can handle that and work with the Wattsville PD, which I know has the ability to mandate certain security requirements. And as far as parking, the only thing that I'd say to Abe is if you're going to have 400 people or 500 people at these venues, you're not going to be able to park in the parking structure. There's 194 spaces excluding the ADA. And if he has his residents parking in there, which evidently that's what he's representing, something has to be worked out for parking. I don't want to be a hinder. I want to help him. I want to help Abe be a fellow neighbor in the downtown. My name's not Hatfield and he's not McCoy. But, you know, there's a lot of people here that are supporting Abe, and I do support Abe. I mean, over the years I've supported Abe. Haven't I, Abe? Yes, you do. Okay. So with that being said, I would urge your support with the condition that the security and the parking is resolved. As far as whether or not you have 2 a month or 2 in 6 months, if you have one bad one and there's 3 a month, you're going to deal with it. So it doesn't really matter if there's 2 in 6 months or 2 in each and every month. I think you folks have the controls put in place to go ahead and deal with it if it gets out of control. And I think Abe realizes that now, newfound, and I think he'll act appropriately. But I would just strongly urge that there's conditions put in place that would allow for Abe to facilitate the parking, wherever that parking may be provided, and just the security so we don't have issues. And if somebody's getting unruly in his establishment, it's being dealt with. And it's being dealt with not on the backs of solely the police department, but in conjunction with owner-provided security. So that's all I had to say. So, oh, and Novin for president in 2016.
This is a public hearing. Anybody else would like to say anything?
All right. Don't mind the computer, just a couple of notes. It's been a long day, so I kind of forgot. But anyways, my name is Isaac Rodriguez. I'm a local resident of Watsonville, born and raised, went to the school system here. This is a historical building that houses the Appleton Grill, and it's a wonderful venue for such entertainment opportunities and opportunities that could first support the basic livelihood of the restaurant and its employees and create current and future opportunities of employment and revenue for the city. It has been the mission of the city to reestablish and the revitalization efforts here in Watsonville. And this is a great effort for us to take all together to push and to support efforts from local residents like Mr. Novin into reestablishing these abilities to have these type of entertainment aspects, and not even entertainment, but the restaurant. There's a lot of so much great food and great other options to take from this restaurant. And it's just everything you've heard is exactly what I've been trying to say here. But by reestablishing the public entertainment permit, this would allow for an array of different ideas and attraction for future business to not only represent the city, but also, you know, make us more proud to want to come and be able to be a part of whatever great's going on that could possibly happen in the future of this restaurant. I'm a local musician. I've been able to work with professional type production companies. I've been able to attend these huge entertainment aspects. I'm actually going to be working the upcoming event. What's the event coming up, Salinas? Aerosmith. I'm working the Aerosmith concert, so I have that ability to be a part of that production. And so when I look back to my own town in Watsonville, I see so much potential in just this area with his restaurant being able to provide and bring not as big as acts, but local acts that are currently trying to do their own thing and have the ability to perform in this area. I perform with a bunch of local bands. I have my own local band, and this would be a great opportunity just for me just to be able to have this access. And also, too, I run a nonprofit called Guitars Not Guns, and this would be very suiting for me to be able to have the opportunity that if he does have this going, if he give us the opportunity to pass this permit, it would give me an opportunity to utilize my nonprofit to continue and to bring that message into that area of Watsonville by allowing me to put on events, local events for the youth that I cater to and the kids that I'm trying to help locally and providing entertainment or providing musical abilities. So I just want to just thank you for bearing with us and just allow us to do this, and we won't let you down. So thank you.
Thank you. I see no one else. I will close the public hearing and bring it. What's that? I'll close the public hearing and bring it up to the commission for discussion or a motion. But before anybody makes a motion, I'd like to ask the applicant about the parking. Have you worked at all with the owners of the parking lot trying to rectify any parking?
We appreciate our neighbor coming out and talking, and we're open to having that dialogue. I don't know that we've had a 400-unit event yet that would necessitate that. The amount of parking that is available to us, especially at the night when it's on an off time for county parking, has been sufficient. But I hope we can have some 400 people events, and that could be a discussion that we're happy to have with our neighbor in terms of potentially leasing some spaces from him for that purpose.
Joel again. Based on if we were to have an event with 400 people, that would only cater about 75 to less cars, and I think on Rodriguez Street and around Main Street there should be sufficient parking, and I don't see the public parking lot being filled for an event that large. I think it should be able to handle it.
I would add that this is a transit center, and so on our flyers, and we would hope people take public transportation, and most of the residents that live in our building are affordable, lower income residents, and so the majority do not have cars, and so that's not a big part of the load. In terms of local parking.
No, but patrons that will go to Appleton's, a lot of them don't know not to park there. So I'd feel real comfortable if negotiations continued. Sure. So something long-term could get worked out at some point in time. I mean, that's just my point of view. So you don't have to explain it to me tonight or anything else. I'm just saying my point of view. I'd like to see the two parties work together to try to figure out a outcome besides getting vehicles towed all the time.
We're committed to having a dialogue.
Thank you. Yes.
I'd like to make a motion, but also a recommendation to that motion.
Hold on. I just wanted to have a couple comments. I do respect Abe and what he's doing in the community and the opportunities, but the terms of the entertainment permit that was provided to us, that we drafted our conditions on, it's a big typo. it's what the police department worked with. Was what my understanding was. 2 events in 6 months is much different than 12 events in 6 months. And I've been texting with police. Police are very concerned about that change. I was not involved in a meeting where this was a typo. I talked to Susie. Susie was not in a meeting that this was a typo. This is what was explained. So this is new information. It is something that you can act on. We've advertised this as an entertainment permit, so this is in the realm of discussion. You can talk about, Mr. Zamora probably would like to have some additional explanations before you take actions.
So we are able to make a recommendation of 2 per month for 6 months?
You could.
Okay.
That is, you cannot do anything in regards to a Type 47 license. That was not advertised.
Okay.
The advertising did include the ability to look at the entertainment permit. I'm just saying what was presented as a typo was not what our understanding was. I wrote the condition based on what is in this. If I was at that meeting, I know I wasn't because I wasn't here in December. Susie was at the meeting. She does not recall this. Jorge was not at the meeting. He's been texting with Manny. I've told him that the issue is going to come up, and so I'd like Mr. Zamora to at least explain the police department's position before you take any actions.
So
Let's have
we're gonna back up here. Is that what we're?
have Lieutenant Zamora explain the police officer's take on 2 a month for 6 months.
Thank you. I'll try to be brief. Just so it's understood, I don't think anybody in this room wants to see Mr. Novin fail. I don't think anybody wants the business to fail. Our concern is throughout time, and when we first issued this permit back in 2013, we heard the same type of message being sent. Young folks have no place to go. We need entertainment in town. We need to bring, and we're all for that, I think. But throughout that time, there's been, I think, irresponsible or even absent management at this venue, to the point where it hasn't been one incident that everybody's capitalizing on, okay? Which is the shooting on October 17th. There were a lot of other small or a lot of other events that led up to that, right? It wasn't just this one issue. There was, rap concerts, gang rap concerts that brings a different type of personality to the venue. So what I heard tonight was not to bring those types of entertainers forward, but that's what was going on in the past. So our concern in loosening these requirements is public safety, okay? And that's why I just want to go on record for our agency, for our department, that we do not support the loosening of these requirements based on the history. Now, we want to work with Mr. Novin and his staff. That's why we're here. But I think that this regenerating of trust has to be done in increments, okay? So that's kind of where I'm coming from. And I mean, ultimately, what we want is a responsible business owner. And when we talk about the shooting, and obviously I can't talk in detail about it, the video, we ran into issues with that. And I can't go into details about that, but we were stumped on the investigation because of that. And it wasn't because we were late in trying to obtain the video, okay? So that's part of the issue. And we want to work with the staff. We want to work with the business owner. We want a successful outcome But the key to that success and a successful relationship is going to be trust. And I think that has to be done in increments. And that's why we do not support the loosening of this added or the typo that's being spoken of. This is the first time that we heard of it. So I just wanted to make that clear. And I'm open for any questions. If not.
I have a question. Would the Watsonville Police Department be willing to go 2 events per month for 3-month trial period?
We don't want to steer away from what was on the table for the reasons that
That would be 2 events in 6 months, correct?
right.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Yes.
On this, not being in the entertainment business, not being in the restaurant business, but looking at this, 2 events in 6 months, public events in 6 months, you ain't gonna do nothing. Okay? Be realistic. You're not gonna be able even to say they did good or they did bad. Being able to book events, that's not realistic either. 2 events. We want to be successful downtown. We have a gentleman that's been investing a lot of money in our downtown and is willing to work with our community. I don't see there not being a reason not to give him the 2 events per month for 6 months, in the hopes that everything is very successful and that we can take the next step to the liquor license 47 so we can move on and move forward and make downtown successful. I think if we stay to just 2 events in 6 months, you know, we just might as well tell everybody in the community, go to Santa Cruz, go to San Jose. The police, the city of Watsonville don't want to handle events. Just keep going out of town and spending your money elsewhere. And I don't think that's the message we want to send. We want to keep a safe community. We want everybody to have diversity, and that's what I'm hearing, and that's what I like. We're not going to be stuck to, and then unfortunately we're taking our youth to the hip hop. We have youth that listen to jazz. We have youth that listen to classical music. We have kids that want to play their instruments. And we got to stop living in that fear, you know, because we had one event, you know, an incident at a parking lot. We got to stop doing that to ourselves in this community. We keep talking about wanting to grow and expand, but then we keep closing the door on ourselves because of fear. And I think I'm willing to step forward, and like I said, I want to make that motion, the recommendation to the 2 events for 6 months. I don't think there's nothing wrong with it. The police force still has that ability to revoke those permits if something goes wrong in the first 2 events. So again, they have the safety net. There is nothing that's going to get away from them. And I guarantee you, the police is probably going to be with a microscope looking at you. So with that said, I'd like to continue on with this and make my motion.
I will second his motion, and I agree. I think we have somebody that's invested substantially in our downtown. We talk about it quite a bit. I think everybody deserves a chance, and I think everything that was said tonight is absolutely true. We need to give it a try in Watsonville. This is a community that needs to do this. We cannot go back in fear over these incidents, and I have trust in our police department. I think if this becomes a bad situation, I imagine you guys will be the first to shut it down. So I'd like to give them an opportunity, so I will second the motion.
So just prior to taking final action, let me clarify one of the really critical issues. I really appreciate the team that Abe has brought tonight. I see some real positive changes that he's looked at in regards to hiring people that know what they're doing in managing. The problems that we've had is that he brings the people forward, and then they are not there, and Abe is managing. So one of the really critical issues is his team needs to come to the police department, and it's in their conditions, and they need to identify themselves. They need to have contact information, and they need to have consistency. They cannot come here and present themselves as professionals, and they're going to be there, and then not be there. And that's the frustration that the police department has had. We, again, what they're talking about in regards to the gang rap that was being advertised. We have flyers of things that were being advertised. I don't see what's being presented here having that same issue, but if that management team goes away, there's nothing to prevent that from happening again. And I think that's the police department's biggest fear. Anyway, take it with a grain of salt. But that is really critical, that your management team, to be successful, you have to have a management team that is there on the ground managing during these events. Yeah, I respect you, Abe, but you can't do it by yourself. You need a professional to help you. So, and you've done a very good job at this presentation. You have shown a good management team, and I respect that. So, I would recommend going to one per month, but it's up to you and your final decision.
Excuse me. Yes, Nick.
Yeah. I feel that one of the encouraging things that I see here from Mr. Novin and his supporters, I don't think that there's a point in which they've denied anything that has been brought up. I think they've recognized that there may have been problems before, and they have a willingness to move forward and correct those problems and work with the city. Because again, I think that because of the large investment that they've all made here, they want to see this be successful. So I trust that that moving forward, that these problems, they'll get better, and relationships between the staff and the city and the police department will get better, and I'm very hopeful.
We have a motion on the floor. Can I get roll call, please?
Dana.
Yes.
Gonzalez.
Yes.
Jenkins. Yes. Kammer.
Yes.
Rivera.
Yes.
Corley.
Yes. Motion passed. Hold on, guys. Hold on. We're not done. Have a seat. Have a seat. 7.0, reporter secretary.
None.
8.0, adjournment.
Oh, thank you. My legs. Oh my God, I feel like we killed a tree on this meeting.
Wait a minute, you can't throw one of the longer meetings we've had in a while.
Yeah, well, my first mistake is...